Great. Well, good morning, Houston. That was fun to say. Good morning, Houston, and welcome to our schools and community partners. I'm Colleen Dipple, the founder and CEO of Families Empowered, and really excited to be with our Chief Program Officer, Ann Starr, and a board member, Families Empowered board member, Annette Van Brunt. We're so excited to welcome our schools and families and community partners to this virtual school fair. For people joining us, remember, scroll down. There are lots of schools and community groups and people from Families Empowered here who are live and will be here live until 9 a.m. to answer any questions you have and to tell you a lot about their schools and what makes their schools unique. Anne, how many schools do we have today?
Yeah, we've got 38 different schools waiting to meet all the amazing parents that are going to be joining us today. And yeah, as you said, we'll be here live until 1. It's kicking off at 9 a.m. And we are so excited for an amazing day. So yes, 5 community organizations here to visit with families and 38 schools.
Great. So Annette, I'm really just pleased that you've been willing to give up your Saturday morning. I know you're really busy to talk with us a little bit. So we're going to put you on the spot, and I'd love to ask you if you could tell the families who are listening just a little bit about yourself and why you are part of the Families Empowered team as a board member.
Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome virtually. I'm Annette, and I'm so thrilled to be here today. A little bit about me: I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley in a border town, and I was really blessed to have parents like many of you, parents that are on the line today, that really understood the relationship between a quality education and positive life options and outcomes. Education just always came first in our little house. We didn't have a lot, but education was there and available, and we really took advantage of that. This focus of on education led me to Harvard University in Massachusetts to complete my bachelor's in economics. And after a few years of work, I got my MBA in finance at Rice here in Houston. I've worked in the energy industry for my entire career and own my own energy consulting firm for almost 20 years. I'm married and have 3 kids, 21, 20, and 15. So I know a lot about what you guys have gone through. All my kids, they attended HISD schools. Some magneted into certain schools. Some did boundary type schools. I have had some go to private high school. And went through that application process, and then I have some in public high school here at HISD. So we have done the whole thing, and I know what that is all about. So I was drawn to the mission of Families Empowered when I learned about it from my friend Deanna Schaefer, who works for Families Empowered, and I learned what they were doing for helping families that were very much like mine. When I was growing up, there were families that knew the value of a quality education and were really looking for the best option to meet their children's educational needs. So when I heard about this Common App, I was sold. This told me that they really understood us as parents and challenges that many parents face. They were really working to eliminate those obstacles that families face when they're trying to choose schools. I mean, and having to apply to so many to find that right match, and especially when the good schools are in such demand. So many families were really not only able now through Families Empowered able to identify the right school, such as in events like today, but really apply for as many schools as possible that meet their priorities. And so I just really know that struggle, and I think what you guys are doing is awesome. So many school options in big cities like Houston or Austin, giving a helping hand in navigating those options to find your educational home, I just think is really invaluable.
So I love, so by the way, that was just a great introduction, and we are appreciative of your belief in the mission and our families, and really have just kind of a like a deep personal understanding and passion for what we're doing. And I think, for families who are in Houston, what's really interesting to me is you are a families empowered parent in a lot of ways, right? You're exactly the kind of parent who we serve, except that most of our parents are either first-time parents. We have a lot of newcomers to the United States, a lot of non-English speaking parents, immigrant parents, or parents themselves who love their kids as much as we love our kids, and your parents loved you, but maybe their educational experience wasn't that great, right? And so we, Families Empowered, exist to help all parents find the education, a school that is the right fit for them, whether that is a traditional neighborhood school. I have a son in a neighborhood high school, or a magnet school like you use, private school, charter school. I know Anne has her boys in a charter school. I have one child like you. I have a child in a private school, a child in a public school. We work with the homeschool organization, virtual school, options, religious schools, non-religious schools. So we really allow families to have free bilingual service so that they can have information that's accurate and actionable, and they're able to choose a school that best fits the needs of both their kids and their families, because we know every child's different, and families have values and things that matter to them that affect their decision making. And so we exist and have existed for 10 years to be a non-judgmental, free bilingual service. So for families who are joining us, welcome. Scroll down. We have lots of schools who want to talk to you. They're great schools. It's a diverse set of schools. We've got district schools, public charter schools, private schools. We have folks who are going to talk today, I think, about virtual schools. And we have our family success specialists. These are people who work on our team who are bilingual, native Spanish speakers. So if you don't speak English, don't worry, we got you. And they are also available to help families 5 days a week, but also today. So scroll down. And then Annette, I love that you raised the issue of our common application. So we at Houston have a www.applyhouston.org. We have a site, and you have kids in college, so it's just like the universities. We thought, why is this so crazy? Parents have to go to all these different websites. What if we put them in one place with one application? You could fill out one form and then apply to different schools. It's a time saver. It's really efficient, and it's just respectful of parents. And so we're so grateful to the schools that have participated in that. But yeah, so I'd love for you to tell folks, so you have applied, it sounds like, to magnet schools, neighborhood, you've used neighborhood schools through HISD and private schools.
Yep.
What would your advice be? Like, how did you choose those schools for people today asking schools what to look for? What are the things you took, you considered?
Right.
Yeah.
Great question. So I have some, one or two of my kids have learning differences. So really one of my priorities was a place that was going to be supportive of those differences. And I was new to that. I had never heard of it. I needed, so finding schools and talking to schools that offered that was really important to me. Obviously, the closer the better, if they could geographically be closer. I had GT needs for some of the kids, so looking for some of that. I know sports was important, so some schools were not sports. For some of my friends, music or debate. So 2 of my kids did debate for many years, so they went to Lanier and were part of that wonderful program. So there were just you just kind of had to find the kid and then find the school. And we're so lucky to live in Houston to where you can actually match the school. I didn't have a choice growing up. It was, you go to the elementary, you go to the middle, and you go to the high school. It's a blessing and a curse. We have so many to choose from. I think I told you the last time we talked, I think it was 10 years. Within those 10 years, I applied. I had at least one kid applying for 8 of the 10 years in a row, this block of time. And so had I known about something like this, it would have been very easy, a lot easier for us. So I can't imagine, families who are, so I know what it's like having so many kids and trying to apply and, trying to meet their needs and our family's needs. And it was a challenge. So knowing that you guys are out there to help is just incredible. And I want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
There is yet to be a person at Families Empowered that just hasn't knocked my socks off. For all of you, for all of the people you see here, there are so many amazing people doing things behind the scenes with a contagious passion to help all of you getting the information that you need to make that ideal school choice. And I'm just really excited to be part of you guys.
Well, we appreciate that. I'm going to raise one more thing. I'm going to turn it over to you guys to make sure that we welcome everyone in Spanish and that we explain to our Spanish-speaking families what we're doing today and how we can be helpful and some of this information. But you raised the issue of kids with learning differences, and we are going to have a segment today focused on the SSES, which is the special Students with Special Education Services grant that the Texas Education Agency is making available. And this is a big issue, right? So kids, I have a child with a learning difference, and this pandemic has been very, very difficult. So under normal circumstances, when you have kids who have learning differences, you're always thinking it's just not a given that the school you're zoned to is going to be the right fit, or even that a private school will solve that problem or that challenge. And different schools have different strengths and capacities. And so, I appreciate you raising that issue, because parents of kids who have learning differences or special needs are often very, very stressed. They have to be advocates all the time. And it's important. You've got schools here today. Ask those schools, what are you doing for those kids? If you have a child with dyslexia or dysgraphia, what is your reading intervention strategy? I mean, schools want to answer those questions. They should be able to answer those questions. And as a parent, what your child needs and what's worked and what hasn't. So you're right, it's a great opportunity to like engage with schools. It's just we're hoping a really productive event. And we're going to be talking about the SSES program later on today. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and allow you all to welcome everyone in Spanish, and just so great that we're here again this weekend.
Perfect. And while we're getting ready for that too, I'm so glad you guys are talking about the Common Application and Apply Houston. Folks may be aware that February 10th, coming up just next week, is a really big deadline for a lot of schools. So another tip, make sure that you're asking the schools that you're visiting with today about any upcoming deadlines, and note that we've got February 10th deadline coming up with Apply Houston. Annette, ¿estás lista?
Estoy
Bien, bien. Pues bienvenidos a todos a nuestra virtual Feria Escolar de Houston. Annette, ¿está lista para?
Sí. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí hoy. Yo crecí, Families Empowered es una organización, bienvenidos a todos. Como dice Celina, estamos muy excited para tenerlos aquí hoy. Families Empowered es una organización que ayuda a los padres a encontrar buenas escuelas para sus hijos. Si usted necesita ayuda encontrando estas escuelas, o si necesita ayuda solicitando hoy, visite el botón abajo abajo de este video que dice haga clic aquí para obtener ayuda con la aplicación. Aquí estamos para servirles. Y hoy es el perfecto día para hablar con escuelas, hacer preguntas, tomar notas y solicitar hoy.
Muchísimas gracias por esta gran bienvenida, Annette. Antes que sigamos con la conversación, ¿me puedes contar un poquito más de tu historia y cómo estás relacionada con Families Empowered?
Sí, sí. Yo crecí en una ciudad en la frontera de Texas. Tuve la suerte de tener padres, como muchos de ustedes, que entendieron la relación entre una educación de calidad y resultados de vida positivos. La educación siempre fue lo más importante de todo en nuestra casita. Este enfoque en la educación me llevó a la Universidad de Harvard en Massachusetts para completar mi título de economía. Trabajé unos años y luego saqué un MBA de finanzas en Rice University. He trabajado en la industria de energía durante toda mi carrera y he tenido mi propia empresa durante casi 20 años. Estoy casada y tengo 3 hijos.
Muy bien. ¿Y qué en específico te atrajo a la misión de Families Empowered?
Sí, me fascinó la misión de Families Empowered cuando supe de ellos por mi amiga Diana Schaefer, que trabaja con Families Empowered, y me dijeron que estaban ayudando a familias que eran muy parecidas a la mía cuando yo era pequeña. Eran familias que conocían el valor de una educación de calidad y buscaban la mejor opción para las necesidades educativas de sus hijos. Families Empowered entienden lo difícil que puede ser encontrar la escuela perfecta para sus hijos. Trabajan para eliminar muchos de los obstáculos que las familias pueden tener cuando se postulan a muchas escuelas y encuentran una pareja. Con 3 hijos postulamos a muchas escuelas y conozco la lucha de postular. Uh-huh. Con tantas opciones de escuelas en una gran ciudad como Houston, tener ayuda para navegar esas opciones y encontrar el mejor lugar para su hijo es simplemente invaluable.
Muy bien. ¿Qué te ha impresionado más del equipo de Families Empowered?
En Families Empowered todavía no ha habido una persona que no me ha dejado boca abierta. Hay tantas personas increíbles con una pasión para ayudar a todos y a obtener toda la información que necesitan para hacer la selección de escuela ideal para su familia. Estoy emocionada de ser parte de esta increíble organización.
Muchas gracias por todo lo que haces para nuestro.
A todos, bienvenidos.
Sí, todos. Es un placer hablar contigo y trabajar junto contigo también. Otra vez, bienvenidos a todos a nuestra feria escolar de Houston. Hello and welcome to everybody. We are so glad that you are here for our exciting Houston Virtual School Fair. Colleen, if you don't mind, I'd love to put you on the spot with an extra question. Just wondering what you're most excited about today. As you know, we had an amazing virtual school fair for the Austin community and then also for San Antonio. And, Houston is our home base. And I know that we're looking forward to a great day. So what in particular are you most excited about today? Oops, I think you're on mute.
I am. I have one child who's out of the house right now. One child who's in. So I didn't know if I was going to have that Zoom, that moment where I got the mom, I want pancakes or
we all know that moment for sure.
Sorry about that. So what I'm really most excited about is that we have actually hosted a fair or multiple opportunities for families to connect in person with schools for a decade in Houston. And I started Families Empowered in Houston. I live in Houston. I love Central Texas. I love San Antonio. We're looking at expand. We're coming soon to Tarrant County and Fort Worth, but but Houston, it has a special place in my heart. And every year we've hosted an event. Actually, we've done it the last few years in partnership with Houston Community College, which has been a great partner for us. And we've had parents ranging from 500 people to 1,000 people. We've been at actually Minute Maid Park too. That was a really awesome experience. Jim McInvale from Gallery Furniture came one year. And so these have been really positive community events where parents have had these opportunities to interact one-on-one with schools. And I was so dismayed that we might not be able to do that because of COVID. There just wasn't a way to make that happen safely. You cannot have 500 people in a room, even a big room, with, interacting with, it just would not have worked. And I'm just really grateful. So I'm excited that our families are actually getting to do that again. So Anne, I just have to thank you and our program team for really putting our families first, for listening, for pushing for safety, but saying we can do this, we can just do it, we just got to do it differently, and we need to innovate. And so I think what I'm most excited about is that our families actually get to interact with schools, right? That they are able to talk to schools, ask questions about things like transportation, special education services, programming, assessments, all kinds, the curriculum offerings. And because families really have been in the driver's seat this whole year, and they care so deeply and love their children and want their kids to be in the best place possible, moving forward. And I'm just really proud that this event is giving them the opportunity to do something that we've done for a decade, just a little differently. So it feels good to be able to actually continue to deliver customer service in a high quality way to families who deserve it.
Absolutely. So, great. Well, I'm glad I asked. That was a lot of great stuff. And a really exciting thing about this website, houstonschoolfair.org, is that it will remain up after today's event. So as you know, we're live until 1, but we really encourage all the families that are visiting us today and that have registered for this event to check back after today's event. All those application links for the schools that you might want to check out are going to remain live and clickable, and you can go back and always just find information on the schools that are featured here today, that are here to meet with you. So even if you can't visit with all of them live today up until 1, you will have access to this website forever after that. Yes.
Before we jump off, I also just want to say one other thing that's really great is we're always thinking about how do we improve equity and access. It's something we've been talking about for 10 years. Like, how do we actually create more equity and better access for families who just don't have the muscle memory of applying? So Annette described that she applied to Harvard, and then you are a first-gen college graduate. I am as well. But once you've applied to schools and you've been through that process, as much as it's a pain in the butt, you have some experience. And, I feel like, we exist to provide that support to families who are, first-time choosers or first-time citizen, or first, folks to the U.S., as I said earlier. But what's great about this is, unlike a fair, when we close the doors at 1, the fair is over. Everybody packs up and goes home. And the people who couldn't take the day off work or couldn't get the Metro bus there on time, the people who heard about it at 2 o'clock and we closed at 1 couldn't make it. This is here. So if you're here and you have a friend or you have a family member who's working today, or, it's just really busy with their 5 kids running around, or 2 kids or 1 kid, forward them the link. So to Anne's point, this information will be up, it will be available, and I think it helps us really create better access and more equity to parents. So and families who are looking, who can't attend live.
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead, Annette.
Awesome, because it's so hard to attend all the open houses that any school would have had, all of them. But if you can do it from your own home and pause when you need to attend to something and keep going, I mean, that's it's just so hard to get to these parent nights or open houses. So what a wonderful option to have.
And Families Empowered is here for families every day of the year. So you can give us a call at our number there. Visit our website, applyhouston.org, especially in the next few days, because there's some deadlines coming up. February 10th is a big deadline. We want to make sure that families are aware that they may need to get an application in before that date to have their best chance of getting into the school that they're most interested in. But you can always call our our phone number there, 713-589-8767. Give us a call and our Family Success Specialist will be answering the phone. They can speak with you in English or in Spanish and answer all your questions, provide that free application help whenever you need it. Okay, I think we're ready for our first raffle. Did we have another message we wanted to share? Check out that the list of all of our guest speakers just to the right of us. We have an action-packed day, and you can always come back to this webpage, watch this video later, so don't miss out on getting to visit with the schools. Okay, I think we're ready to turn it over to our colleague, Ayla, to do our first raffle of the day.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. And thanks again, Annette. We appreciate you so much.
Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yep, you too.
Bienvenidos a todos. Great stuff.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another virtual school fair this week. I again have the very fun job of handling all of our raffles. So I have counted out almost 500 tickets in this bucket. And so thank you all for signing up and joining us for this fair. Our first prize today is a $25 gift card to the Burger Joint. Houston natives, we all know it. We all love it. Please do head out to the Burger Joint. If you win, there's some awesome outdoor dining and you can pick it up. I know for sure. So without further ado, let's go ahead and pull our first ticket for the Burger Joint. Okay, and let's see who our lucky winner is. Our first winner of the day is Isabel Gam. So congratulations, Isabel, on winning this awesome gift card. And thank you, of course, to the Burger Joint for donating this awesome gift card and for supporting families, finding schools, and all of our work here at Families Empowered. So we will be back throughout the day for a couple more raffles. So you did not miss your chance to win something great. Definitely stay on with us. And of course, you don't have to be here live to win. If you are in a room talking to a school, that's exactly where we want you to be. Definitely remember, scroll down, talk to all of those schools, get free application help, and we'll contact you directly if you win a prize. So until I am back again, I'm super excited to introduce Colleen Dipple, who's coming back on to talk to Dr. Kimberly Borders of Collaborative for Children. So take it away.
Hello, I'm back again and very, very excited to have Dr. Kimberly Borders with us today from Collaborative for Children. Kim, how are you?
I'm doing well, Colleen. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. This is our third virtual fair. It's been really great to be able to continue to serve families and to provide really great information to families who are really looking to really think about how they're going to move forward as we go into the sort of recovery phase of this pandemic. And we're so thrilled to have you with us because you're working in a space that has just been, one, so critical, two, in many ways hasn't stopped, and three, is really facing challenges. And so for our families joining today, can you just tell us a little bit about what Collaborative for Children is for families who may not know what Collaborative is, and then what you guys do?
Yes, thank you, Colleen. So with over 34 years of experience, Collaborative for Children is a nonprofit agency that focuses on early learning for children 0 to 5 in the greater Houston area. We meaningfully impact the quality of education and care for Greater Houston's children through those who are most influential in their lives. And we do this by building the capacity and empowering parents and caregivers and teachers and child care center directors and community stakeholders. And I'm going to turn this alarm off. Excuse me. So ultimately, Collaborative for Children wants to ensure that every child has quality learning experiences that result in them accomplishing their full potential. And finally, we strive daily to ensure that all children are kindergarten ready by age 5.
So, whoa, I think I'm echoing and I don't know why. This is so you've had an alarm, I've had an echo, and my last segment I had my home phone ringing, which is really crazy.
Well, that might happen here too, so we just don't know in this virtual world.
Who's using a home phone? And yet it's ringing, and it's always Murphy's Law. It rings when you're in this kind of a situation.
Absolutely.
But so first of all, just thank you. We know how important early childhood is, and we have in Texas, we've invested in early childhood prior to the pandemic through House Bill 3, and I know that there have been some other supports. But so tell me, so first of all, we also know lots of children are not going to preschool and not attending childcare, and that the pandemic has been very difficult for families who are fearful of going or may have lost their jobs. And we're going to be talking to a Texas children's pediatric, to a physician who's going to really talk through the risks to kids. But before we talk about how your childcare centers and preschools that you work with have been hit by the pandemic, can you tell us how many schools and child cares do you support at Collaborative for Children?
Yes, so Collaborative for Children is the quality contractor for the state of Texas in the Gulf Coast region, and that entails 13 counties, with Harris County, of course, being the largest. Mm-hmm. And within this region, there are up to 4,000 centers that receive government subsidy. Oh, and so we impact all 4,000 of those centers, but we also have to realize that some of these centers choose to be a part of the quality rating system for the state, and they are served by us. We serve 450 of those with direct services. We provide early child care mentors, family engagement specialists, and business development specialists who support those TRS centers. In addition to that, we have 25 centers of excellence, and this is a more intense approach, a data-driven, comprehensive approach to early learning. And these centers have committed to positive child outcomes. And our goal is to grow by 25 centers of excellence per year over a 5-year period, which would result in 125 centers of excellence. And wow. Finally, I'm so excited to introduce to you the unveiling of our Collab Lab. In July 2021, we will be unveiling our mobile learning unit. And this unit was designed to go into communities that have been identified as childcare deserts. And so we will begin by visiting the Acres Home community, Pasadena, and Greenspoint. And that's just a little snippet of how we're expanding our reach.
Okay, so you said a lot, and I am so excited. I want to just clarify for families who are watching, we are talking with Dr. Kimberly, I always,
that's fine.
I know you like the name, Dr. Kim Borders, and she's at Collaborative for Children, and so I just want to make sure that our viewers who are just joining us know that.
Yes.
if you're looking for childcare or pre-K, you can go to findchildcarenow.org. That will take you to the Collaborative for Children site in Houston, and you can search for schools. So you can search for 0 to 3 childcare, daycare, preschool. So they work, Collaborative works with 0 to 5, and they have a range of schools and childcare centers and daycare centers that they work with. So that's why we love what you do, because you really are working with the smaller home base and also the larger facilities.
Absolutely.
You use the word TRS, and I want to make sure for families who are not sort of in the know, or, you know, a first-time mom.
Yes.
That stands for Texas Rising Star. And is that correct?
That is correct. The Texas Rising Star is the quality rating improvement system for our state. And any center that chooses to enroll in this system has chosen to take a step closer to greater quality. And so if you visit Find Childcare Now, you will be able to sort centers to see which ones are TRS centers. You'd be able to find centers that have national accreditation. If you're looking for a center that serves the needs of children with disabilities, you'd be able to find that center and find Childcare Now. All you have to do is input your zip code, and immediately you'll see centers that are close in your area. And there's also a feature that will even allow you to compare centers so that you can find the center that best meets the needs of your child.
Great. So my phone on this too. It's funny. Your phone went off, and then my phone went off. We're having a sound situation here.
Yes.
So for people who are joining us, if you're talking to schools, you can sort actually if for elementary school or preschool today. These are questions you would want to ask if you're visiting or calling a childcare center. So you can sort using the collaborative search tool. But when you're calling preschools, you should ask them, do you qualify as a Texas Rising Star school? And that will give a parent a sense of whether or not the schools have met certain criteria for quality. And
exactly. Right? And of course, all of the TRS centers are licensed by the state of Texas.
So you also, and by the way, coming soon, we're so excited. Thanks for that unveiling, the Collab Lab mobile unit. I love it.
Yes.
When you guys launch that, and those communities that you've chosen, childcare deserts are a term that many of us who work in education know, but you're talking about communities where we have lots of kids who would benefit from childcare, but just not enough preschools and high quality centers to meet the needs of the kids in the community. Is that right?
Accessibility is an issue, and not only accessibility, but we want children to have opportunities for quality learning.
Yeah.
And that's what the Collab Lab will do. It will be in communities up to 3 days per week. And we're focusing on a dual generation model where parents will learn along with their children, and we'll have family engagement specialists present the full time to walk parents through learning centers and to send parents home with meaningful learning activities that can extend the learning from the Collab Lab.
Okay, I love that so much. So we're going to have to make sure that we are promoting that. We're going to do some we're going to be working with Collaborative for Children this year in a pre-K kinder roundup kind of push to really engage families. So tell us again what communities your Collab Lab will focus on.
Pasadena, Acres Home, and Greenspoint.
Great. I am so excited about that, and love the idea of the partnership with families and students, because as we've learned through this pandemic, parents are on the front line, and parents love their children, and parents have to be engaged. And we should have been doing that before the pandemic, but I think the pandemic has really raised the issue of parents as the primary and first caregiver and teacher, and certainly the person who loves and supports the child and provides social emotional learning and all those other things. And so we have to partner with parents. So I'm so just in awe of how you guys are structuring that.
Well, we are equally as excited about this new initiative.
So now, so I love that we've started on a positive note because it's been sort of a rough year. Can you tell us how child care centers have been really hit by the pandemic? How is the how are your centers doing?
Well, Colleen, I'm glad that you've asked. In December, Collaborative for Children did conduct a survey for center owners in the Houston area. And we found out what we probably already knew, but we did learn that 99% of those centers experienced a decline in revenue due to the pandemic. 95% experienced a decrease in enrollment. 84% are struggling to retain their staff members, their teachers and office workers and everybody. And 78% have experienced increased expenses for supplies and materials. And so our daycare centers, our childcare centers are really faced with the very difficult decisions that involve how many children they can safely serve, how many staff members can they actually retain. And in addition to that, they're being challenged with being able to secure the resources that they need. You know, before they could just go to the Walmart and get gloves and disinfectant, but now even that has become a challenge, not only because of the financial burden, but because of the sheer lack of availability of resources. And so many of our centers are in a very difficult spot right now. And we are seeing the resilience of these owners who are using their personal funds, their personal credit cards to remain open, and in some cases to allow families to bring their children free of charge now during the pandemic.
So that was going to be my other question, which is how have you seen how have you seen your child care centers adapt? And what are they learning as time goes on? Because I would assume it was really difficult, but at this stage, there have to be some interesting best practices or learning and things that you're starting to see that are actually working and effective. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and so our child care business owners are learning the importance of a survival plan. They're learning the importance of sustainability. The last natural disaster that we experienced in the Houston area was Hurricane Harvey. But it was different from the pandemic because it had a point called start and a point called finish. But we're in very uncertain times right now, and we don't exactly know when this is going to end. And so our child care center owners are learning the importance of having a rainy day fund, of planning for disasters. They're also learning to be very innovative and creative with their business practices and in the services that they're providing for families. For example, some of them have some very creative schedules now that allow them to close, to sanitize, and open back up at different hours. Wow. Some of them are exploring different learning spaces that allow, of course, for more social distancing and for smaller classes. And many of them are also finding ways to improve their level of communication with our families. Our families are wanting to know how they are social distancing, how they're implementing CDC guidelines and regulations. And the centers are having to find ways to assure parents that they are doing their due diligence in keeping children safe while in the centers. And finally, like many others in our society, centers are realizing their importance in this society and in our economy. They now realize that we depend on them to have safe learning environments for our children, and especially right now for the children of our essential workers.
Yeah, that couldn't be more true. I know many families and who had younger children. I mean, everyone who had kids home, it was highly disruptive. I have teenager and older kid, a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old. And it was not very pleasant when we were all, it was just hard. It was a lot of juggling and shifting and, it wasn't easy. But I think back to when my children were younger, when they were 1, when they were 3, when they needed to be, when they were wearing diapers or they were potty training or they couldn't turn the stove on. And so for lots of families who were still working, and the people worked through this pandemic, who either outside of the home or even in the home, many of them needed childcare and preschool. And so I think, what you've just described, I think first of all, we ought to all be recognizing our childcare workers and those who've stayed open as, just as heroic as grocery store workers.
They are.
Other people who have been on the front lines because they've allowed, children to have a safe place to be and a productive place to be, and for families who need it to know that their kids are in a safe, caring environment at a time that was incredibly uncertain. So your folks ought to be, and every one of those child care centers and pre-Ks that stayed open, all those folks should be commended and thanked in the same way we're thanking so many other people who kept us going.
Yes, they have kept things going, especially with being able to take care of the children of our essential workers. And for that, we are extremely grateful.
So tell me, one other thing that people might not know about Collaborative for Children is that in addition to providing information and supporting centers, which is on its own just a big job, you all do great research. Like you're collecting data. You're a data-driven organization. You use data to support your center directors and your families and the teachers. So the big topic of conversation among educators, and rightfully so, and you have a PhD, so this has got to be burning in your mind, right? It's a very deep concern about learning loss. And how the pandemic is affecting children's learning and also their social emotional well-being. We're hearing about mental health. Have you all been engaging in any research focused on, how this pandemic is affecting our younger children, our kids 0 to 5?
So currently we don't have any research in that area at this time, but what we do know is that the research that we'll do with our centers of excellence will probably reveal the impact of the pandemic because we focus on child outcomes. And so we will be able to see the impact of children not being in school, to be engaged with their peers and their teachers. We are already anticipating a decline in the executive function skills that children will enter school with. And we know that having children kindergarten ready is threatened right now. And we're extremely concerned about that. We need children in school so that they can learn to communicate, to share, to express their emotions. And that may not be happening at home right now. We know that parents are not only keeping their children out of school, but they're not going to playgrounds, they're not going to play groups. And so we're encouraging parents to find ways for children to be social and safe at the same time. Maybe they'll have a virtual play date instead of going to the playground. But we do know that just like we've been concerned in education about a summer slide, and I'm sure you know about that, Colleen, where we're concerned about children not retaining information from the prior school year. Well, now we're concerned about pandemic learning loss. Yeah. And I'm sure that our research, our empirical research that we conduct in our centers of excellence will reveal the impact and will have implications for the practice. We will have to be able to inform teachers and directors about evidence-based best practices that will help us to close the gaps when children return to school.
So I just want to make sure for families so I'm going to switch gears a little bit, but just for families who are watching, and again, for that first time, Mom, I remember when my kids were little, it just feels like you're
Yes.
always learning new things and it's really overwhelming. So that the idea of executive functioning, that really means, being able to control can you describe what executive functioning is and why that's important for kindergarten?
So executive function is about self-regulation. It's about children being able to recognize their emotions and to control them. For example, when a 2-year-old is getting ready to have a temper tantrum, we try to teach them breathing exercises that will help them to calm down and to be able to listen, to follow instructions, and to learn and to interact with their peers. Executive function also has to do with the ability to persist, to solve problems. If they start a project, we want to be able to help them to solve problems so that they're successfully able to complete what they've started. It also has quite a bit to do with communication, saying, I don't like that, or I'm sad, or I don't like it when you do that, instead of striking a friend or pushing somebody in a line because they're upset. And so we teach them to use what we call their big words, and that is a part of executive function skills.
Yeah. And that's actually, so when you think about the benefits of sending children to preschool, that's also important in that setting where you're in a group setting. And it's not just one-on-one with mom, dad, or grandma, or an aunt, or
Right.
someone like that. You are actually having to wait your turn. You're having to navigate other people and have that self-control.
Right. And what we do for parents who have their children in our centers of excellence, Colleen, we actually teach them how to reinforce those skills at home. So the same language and structures that are available at school can be present in the home, and we have consistency.
And
also,
sorry.
Also in the Collab Lab, we'll be offering ways for parents to teach those executive function skills and to take activities home that will allow them to extend the learning from the Collab Lab.
So what I love about that is that we're not just talking in that case about skills that are for kindergarten, but I think about as a former middle school teacher, those are skills that those children are bringing into their entire experience and even into adult life. We know a lot of adults who might benefit from having some more self-control, right? Those are the skills that either keep you hired or can get you fired if you don't have them, right?
And that is the whole purpose. We're trying to prepare children for a 21st century workforce. And we know that in that workforce, they will have to know how to work in a group, how to communicate, how to accept diversity, how to solve problems, how to create, how to innovate. And so this is not only for kindergarten, you're right, Colleen, it's for kindergarten and beyond, and it prepares students for the 21st century workforce. And it works not only for the children, but as the teachers are learning it, we find that the teachers benefit from learning and teaching executive function skills. They come back and they say, you know what, this has made my home life better. And when you have a better home life, well, classroom life is better.
Well, and it flips the idea of punishment into teachable moments. So rather than punishing behavior, what you're saying is, let's actually teach the skills and behaviors that one needs to have self-regulation and can process situations that make you stressed or scared or frustrated. And so I just think that's great. We've got a few more minutes. I want to remind families we have schools below. So if you scroll down, we have lots of schools here. We also, coming up, I think is to your right or left. I feel embarrassed because I'm not looking at the screen the right way, but we right on some side of the screen are kind of like the other guests that are coming up today. But right now we are talking with Dr. Kimberly Borders from Collaborative for Children, and Collaborative for Children provides support and services to parents and providers in the ranges of 0 to 5, so childcare and pre-K centers. So important. The folks who have been right there on the front lines with everyone else through this pandemic, keeping us moving forward, helping our essential workers be able to work, and also keeping our kids safe and moving forward. So for families joining us today, before we end, if they're talking to some schools that have early childhood programs or pre-Ks, we've got HISD with us today. They have a large early childhood group of schools. I know some of our charter schools and private schools that are with us today also have pre-K and kindergarten, obviously, but pre-K. What questions should parents ask preschools and childcare centers? And I got to say, as a mom who is a former teacher, I knew the importance of pre-K, and I put both my children in pre-K in a childcare center. Even though I worked and I had flexibility, I started at 2, and I put both my kids in different schools. They had very different personalities. But I still felt sick about it. And I knew it was the right thing to do. And I had to do it. I worked. But I still was the mom who cried and felt guilty. And I worried, did I ask the right questions? Did I look for the right things?
Yes.
So what advice would you give parents who are looking for preschools and childcare centers?
Well, Colleen, you said one very important thing, and that is that your children had different personalities. And so first, families have to consider the individual needs of each child. There's not really a cookie cutter list of questions that we can tell you to ask, but we do encourage you to survey your child's needs and make sure that you ask questions that are aligned with those needs. Now, the more general questions, of course, during this pandemic have to do with the safety guidelines and protocols that are being practiced in the schools. You want to know, have the staff members participated in state training around safety? Do they know the CDC guidelines? You want to ask all of those questions, but more importantly, you want to look at your child's learning style. How does your child learn best? Do they learn in a large setting? Fine. Or if not, do they need a small setting? What's the personality of the teachers that would allow your child to be most responsive to the learning? And so we encourage you to survey your child's needs and develop questions around that. And finally, never stop asking the questions, because you're supposed to be concerned. It's normal and natural to be worried about your child's safety and well-being. And so anytime an issue comes up, if your child comes home and says something that doesn't sound right, go to the teacher, go to the center director right away and ask those questions so that they can be resolved. And Colleen also mentioned about leaving your child at the center. Many children experience those abandonment crises or issues when parents leave. And what you have to do is make sure that you're checking in with your child to find out what's going on at the center, because that will help you to create those questions that you need to ask teachers and directors. And always remain on the positive side with your child. Talk about all of the fun and great things that are happening at the center, and keep them in a routine so that they know when to expect to go to the center and when to expect you to pick them up, so that they can build trust and feel like they're in a safe environment when they're at the center. The center should almost be the home away from the home. And if there's anything that I would encourage you to look for, it is the warmth and the nurturing environment that every center should have, so that your child does feel safe. And again, you can't always ask questions about that, but you can certainly feel it when you walk into the center. You can measure it by the personalities and the demeanor of the people who are working in the center.
So I just have to say, and we have 2 minutes left before we wrap up. Boy, oh boy, I wish I had talked to you before I sent my first child, because I would have felt so much better. And I'm so glad that we're recording this and that families can see this. And you just said some things that are real gems for those new parents, because the idea that it is natural and normal to be worried about your child, that's your job. And it's built into our DNA, especially with our littles, especially when our children are 0 to 5. They depend on us. They need us to keep them
Absolutely.
safe and to keep them and to love them. And I also love that you talked about warmth. I also feel like joy is important. It's important for children to experience joy and happiness. And it's so important to have high quality and to have all those pre-reading skills and all of that. And as a teacher, I appreciated that. But really, for those little kids to have joy and kindness and warmth is almost as important as the other.
It
Those
is
things
as
are
important. Yes.
under foundation for all that other stuff, because if you're anxious and you're scared and you're stressed, it's very hard to take all those other things in. So I love that you brought that up, because I think everyone is very, very worried, and rightfully so, about all those
Yes.
academic skills. But for our littles, for a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, it's very hard to take that in if you don't feel happy. It's that simple,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
parents, ask questions. This was a great, I mean, you just gave gold advice. We are so proud to partner with Collaborative for Children. 10 years ago, when I founded Families Empowered, I remember talking to the founder of Collaborative for Children, who's retired. And I said, look, we're really interested in K-12. And you guys, we don't need to work in the 0 to 5 area to support families. And we don't do all the other stuff in terms of school supports that you do. But in terms of serving families for free, being a resource for families, we knew we didn't need to do that, because you all have been doing it, and you've been doing it for longer than we've been doing our work,
Yes.
which is pretty long
Nearly
time.
35 years. Yes.
So for families in Houston who don't know about Collaborative for Children, you should. If you're looking for childcare or preschool, findchildcarenow.org is a great resource, but there are other amazing opportunities for parents on your website to get resources. And coming in July is the Collab Lab.
The Collab Lab. Yes. And Colleen, if I could add, if parents don't have the access to find these resources online, they can call 713-600-1234 to speak with one of our child care resource and referral specialists, and they will help them to locate a center that's a good fit for their child.
You got it. And we will be sure to, promote that. We're excited about our pre-K and kinder roundup initiative, where we're going to work with you all and a bunch of other amazing folks to really help parents make good decisions and decisions they feel good about, and focused on the things that matter to them, so that we
Yes.
can get our kids kindergarten ready. We can get kids back into pre-K and into childcares that are going to support them and their families as we all move toward recovery. So thank you for being with us. Thank you
so much. And we're equally as thrilled about our partnership with you, Colleen. Thank you.
All right. Well, now you get the rest of the day hopefully off.
Yes.
So
yes.
Thank you for being with us on Saturday morning.
Not a problem at all. Thank you for having me.
All right. And I think that we've got a roundup. We've got Aaron and Ann Starr, our Chief Program Officer, is coming back with Aaron McFarland, who's on the Families Empowered team. And I think they're coming up after a commercial break. So I'm going to turn this over to our Families Empowered team and say thanks to everyone who's watching. Check out the schools, scroll down. See you later today.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for joining us at our virtual school fair. I'm Ann Starr, Chief Program Officer, here with my colleague, Erin. Hello, Erin.
Hey, good morning, Ann.
Sorry, everybody, about our technical difficulties, but Families Empowered is one of the most nimble organizations that I have ever been a part of. So we will come back with some information about just some of the amazing schools that are here to visit with you today after Erin and I chat. So thanks, Erin, for talking with me this morning. As you know, we are here to share information about a new program, the SSES, or Supplemental Special Education Services. But before we get into that, could you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your children, especially? Oh, looks like Erin might be frozen. Are you there?
Yeah, good morning. I have 3 kids that are in school who survived through pandemic learning.
As have
we have 3
mine.
sons. They're 12th grade.
Yes.
12th grade, 10th grade, and 8th grade. So we have learned a lot, I think. And one thing I noticed is that kids are really resilient. And they each went back to school at different times, each of our kids, and they each kind of figured things out differently. But, you know, they did bounce back. Speaking of technical difficulties, I was going over one of your questions, which was, what was your journey like during the pandemic? And I think the technical aspect of learning online was probably the hardest for all of us, our entire family, plus the teachers that were trying to help our kids. It was not easy. So yeah, this is like continuation of the same theme, right?
Exactly. It is a whole new world. So tell me about this Supplemental Special Education Services. What is SSES? What is it about?
Sure. Well, it's a program from the state of Texas, and it's basically a grant, and it is an effort to get kids that receive public school special ed services, had been receiving them at the end of last school year, received them during this school year, to get them caught up with some of the, sort of backlog that they missed out on, which was they weren't with their teachers in person or their therapists. And so this special education grant allows families to kind of fill in where their kids might have missed out. And that varies in a lot of different ways, depending on development of the child, and also depending if some of the special ed kids, I know most are back in school, but maybe not all. So it's an effort really to play catch up.
Okay. And is it a program for any child that has special needs, or are there specific eligibility requirements that we should make sure folks know?
Yeah, it is pretty specific. It is for kids that receiving public school services last year and this year. So you need to have been a public school student both school years. And it's for those kids that are eligible for or have what's called an individualized education plan. In alphabet soup, that's the IEP, and it has something called an ARD meeting that happens each year. For parents who aren't sure if their kids are on that IEP plan, special ed rep at your school would know. But yeah, those are the kids that it's really targeted towards. And I would say it's also targeted towards kids who are a little higher up on the disability scale.
Okay.
Although really anyone can apply. So I think our team that's helping people right now, we're really encouraging people, if you think at all that you're going to be eligible and that you use a lot of services, this is something that's really worthwhile to apply for, because it could put some money in your pocket, so to speak, to pay for some of those catch-up services.
Okay. So how much money is available if people do qualify, and what does that money pay for?
Well, per child, it's $1,500. And it is not a cash payment, but it is money that's put into an account for that child or with that family. And there can actually be more than one child in the family that qualifies. And they would each get $1,500. Then that gets pooled per family. And they are set up with an account, and then they're able to use any pre-approved service provider, so occupational therapist, speech therapist, a vendor who sells assistive technologies, like for kids who maybe have hearing impaired or are blind. And you can use the online marketplace to access those services, and then your grant gets paid directly out to the provider.
Okay. So sounds like up to $1,500 per child if you are approved for the program, and then you have the ability to spend that money on services for your child in that kind of a marketplace that will be set up that families who are in the program will have access to. And as you see on the screen here, that we have on the Families Empowered website a little kind of questionnaire, very simple form that you can fill out to just get a sense of if you might qualify. And then our Families Empowered team, the same amazing individuals who are here today behind that button to click if you want free application help, those are our family success specialists, and they are quickly becoming experts on the SSES program and can certainly help you out. So if you're curious if you would qualify for the program, we'd encourage you to go to familiesempowered.org/SPED, and there you'll find a quick questionnaire form that you can fill out. So Erin, have you applied for this program for one of your children? Have you gone through this application process?
I have gone through the process. I have not heard if we will receive it or not. We don't currently use so I have 3 kids, one of whom we receive special ed services from the public school, and we don't use services currently outside of school, just inside of school. And we did receive our services virtually during the pandemic. So we may kind of fall off of the list of those that are eligible for those reasons. But I think if we did receive it, probably some assessment, maybe through a tutor or somebody who could see what was lost in the spring of last year and at the beginning of this year when we had to be virtual. Virtual learning was not effective for my kid that gets special ed services. It was pretty tenuous at best, I would say. And so just probably an assessment would be great. And then I would get into, some kind of tutoring, and those are the kind of services that you can use this grant money for. So it really could help a lot of kids that are trying to do, like I said, play catch up on their services.
Okay, great. Looks like we're just about ready to show our commercials here in a little bit. So tell us about if you encountered any special documents or certain materials that folks might need to have at the ready if they are going to apply for this.
Yeah, sure. You will need a few things. You'll need the parents' identification numbers. So whether it's Social Security or if you have ID number that you use for filing your taxes. And then your child's, either their Social Security number or every kid who's in the special ed system in Texas public schools will have a TEA number. And your school can provide, actually my school or my son's school provided that to us when this grant kicked off initially. So that's something you could get from your school to use. And then you'll also need your 2019 taxes that you filed. And so you want to have those ready. So
probably a lot of paperwork to have at the ready. Yes. And just a reminder, it is not a simple application for sure. So if you want any free one-on-one help in English or in Spanish with this form, please let us know at Families Empowered. We would love to help you out. What about deadlines? Are there deadlines that we should make sure that folks are aware of when it comes to this process and this application?
Yeah, as far as the timing, one thing I didn't mention, but this is grant money that you can use going forward, it's not reimbursement money. So if you did extra services for your child, whether you went out and got extra occupational therapy or maybe a speech session or two, you can't go back and pay those providers. It's for any future needs. You have until end of June to apply for this grant. And then you have until the end of 2021 to use it. So that's just something to keep in mind. And also realize that the $1,500 is not something that you're going to retroactively use. But I think in the special ed world, $1,500 can get used in a calendar year pretty quickly. So I think it's probably appropriate as far as timing.
Right. That's great. And then is it only offered to people at certain economic levels? Is there any kind of consideration for families that might need the extra financial resources? How does that work?
There will be some consideration given for lower income levels, but it will depend on who applies. So there is not necessarily a cap on income for who will be eligible. So it's definitely worthwhile to get your application in. Great.
And in case you're just joining us, maybe a little housekeeping. I'd love to remind folks that this video, you can always come back and watch it later. Of course, the real excitement today in our virtual school fair are all these amazing schools that have joined us. I mean, we have some really incredible community organizations here. One of the wonderful things about Families Empowered is all the incredible organizations that we get to partner with to make sure that the families that we help with their school search and with applying for schools also know about the amazing community resources that are here and also eager to connect with them. So encourage folks to, at the very bottom of this webpage, check out Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA is here, NXU, Avance Austin, and Community Health Clinic are all organizations that are here excited to meet with you. We've got our running list of all of our guest speakers, some amazing individuals coming up throughout the day. And so we will be live until 1 with that, but encourage you to go and visit with all of the schools. We've got 38 different schools participating here today. And several of them have upcoming deadlines. So speaking of deadlines, that's a big deal in any parent's world, trying to juggle the many priorities and projects, especially if you've got multiple kids. So one thing we'd make sure to encourage you to ask the schools when you're visiting with them is if there are any upcoming deadlines for applications. Lots are happening in February, and our applyhouston.org website. We encourage folks to get applications in through that common application by February 10th. So just around the corner on Wednesday. One of my kids' birthdays, by the way. So happy early birthday, Micah. Your birthday falls on an application deadline. So we will be busy with some other things. Great. How has the fair experience been for you, Erin? I know you have been part of the Austin one and the San Antonio one, and now we are so excited in your hometown, of course, Houston. How has this fair experience been for you?
Yeah, I've mostly thought, I wish I had known, I wish we had this when I was out looking for schools for my kids. We've been settled for a while, but when we were in the search process, it was a lot of feet on the street and research that is kind of all done for you through the virtual school fair. So I'm thankful, even if I didn't get to take advantage of it as a parent as much. I'm really thankful that it's been able to serve people who are really out looking and needing this information all in one place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course this website, houstonschoolfair.org, will stay available to families after today's live event. So we hope that all the parents out there engaging with us and all the families searching for schools will remember that you can always come back to this website. There will be live links to all of the schools' websites instead of connecting with Zoom after today, but their application links will remain live as well. So lots of great opportunity to learn about schools, find the one that works best for your kid. And let's talk a little bit, just kind of a recap in our last couple of minutes here before we see the amazing video commercial of so many of our schools that we have ready to show folks. So can you just give us a quick overview, Erin, of the SSES program and what families who might just be tuning in should know about that?
Yeah, sure. So SSES is the Supplemental Special Education Services, and it is a grant that you can apply for your special ed child who's in school in Texas and has been throughout the pandemic. It allows you to, by using an online marketplace and through an account that holds your funds, it allows you to get some catch-up services, whether it's assistive technology, therapies, tutoring. You can get those for your child and have those paid for money. It's $1,500 per child. There is an application process, and it has some technicalities, but we also have Families Empowered specifically helping families over the phone in English and in Spanish with those applications. So it is absolutely doable, and if you think you might be eligible, I would really encourage parents to apply. Yeah, and get something back from when our kiddos were, kind of isolated and not moving forward with each of their goals.
Absolutely. Yeah, and great to see that we have the link to the actual SSES program application if you want to just go directly to apply. And you also can, if you can't write down that abbreviated URL right now, you can always come back and watch this video, but then familiesempowered.org/SPED is the special page on our website where we also have access to this link and a quick quiz that you can fill out to just see if you might be eligible to apply. And then our phone number is there, all that great stuff. Okay. So team behind the scenes, I hope we're ready with our new video. I think we're ready to wrap it up. Erin, thank you so much for visiting with me today and for sharing your experience with the program.
Sure. Thanks, Anne.
All right. Take care, everybody, and I will see you at the end. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll hang out a bit.
We have more time.
That's right. Okay, great stuff. Here come the schools. Thanks again, Erin.
Welcome to Rep Preparatory Charter School. This school year, we're offering kinder to second grade, and for the next school year, we will be offering kinder through 5th grade. Our mission is educating kindergarten through grade 8 students for success in high school, college, and beyond. Rep Preparatory Charter School ensures rigorous academics, individualized support, and purposeful character development for every student every day. If you would like to get in touch with us, you can reach us at reprep.org or at 713-703-0219.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Abby Cisneros, and I'm the Director of Admissions at Chinquapin Prep School. We are a small college prep private school down in Highlands, Texas, serving grades 6 through 12. We serve students from all over the Houston area and provide a 5-day boarding program and a day school program for all of our students. We provide free transportation and scholarships to all of our students. We are so excited to get to know you guys, and we hope you'll stop by our booth. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Ms. Silva, the principal at Discovery Middle School. We are a 6 to 12, Discovery 6 to 8, Empowerment 9 to 12 in the same building. And so that's a huge advantage for us. We're also very different because we're small. We have 300 kids, and we focus on landscaping, which is the social emotional of the child. So please call us at 713-954-9528.
Hello, my name is Alexander Zapata, and I am the Associate Director of Admissions at Cristo Rey Jesuit. We're a high school here in Houston, serving grades 9th through 12th, and our mission is to inspire and prepare students of limited economic resources to succeed in college and lead their communities as compassionate, committed, and competent men and women for others. We do that through our rigorous academics, along with our corporate work study. If you're interested in learning more about Cristo Rey Jesuit, please feel free to visit us at CristoReyJesuit.org or send us an email at admissions@CristoReyJesuit.org. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Akhtar from Landtrip Elementary. We're an environmental science magnet school. We serve grades pre-K through 5th. Our mission at Landtrip is to inspire learning and respect the world around us. If you'd like more information on Landtrip, you can call us at 713-924-1670. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kat McWhorter. I'm the principal at A+ Up Charter Middle School. We're super excited to host you for the virtual school fair. We serve students in grades 6, 7, and 8, and we are a smaller personal option for families that are looking for a place for their middle schooler to be known, to be cared for, but to also be challenged to reach their full potential academically and personally. We're excited to talk to you. Feel free to reach out to me at any point. Contact is kmcwhorter@aplusup.org, or you can go to our website, aplusup.org. Thanks. We'll talk to you real soon.
School of Science and Technology schools, SST, are high-achieving, tuition-free college preparatory public charter schools established in 2005 and serving grades pre-K through 12 out of 14 campuses in Houston, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, Texas. SST's curriculum is hands-on, project-based, STEM-centered, and focused on character development. In fact, 6 of our schools are officially designated character schools by Washington, D.C. nonprofit character.org. There's too many amazing things going on in SST schools to even scratch the surface here. So please be sure to come and meet with us. We're School of Science and Technology, and we hope to welcome you to the SST family. Check us out at sstschools.org.
Hi, I'm Juanita Wilson, Admissions Coordinator here at the Branch School. We are a school located on the west side of town, serving students preschool through 8th grade. Our mission is to inspire students to love, learn, and lead. We hope you'll come and check out our virtual tour this Saturday to learn more about our school and maybe schedule a tour. I look forward to meeting you and sharing more about what makes the Branch School such a special place for children to learn and thrive. Please visit our website at www.thebranchschool.org.
Hi there, my name is Diane Horner. I am the principal at Elam Christian School. We serve students in K through 12, and our mission is to provide a biblically based, Christ-centered education for students of all abilities, developing their full potential and inspiring them to live for the glory of God. We'd love to have you come and visit us. We are at www.elamchristianschool.org. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Adavion Wayne, and I proudly represent the Arabic Immersion Magnet School in the Houston Independent School District. We are a trailblazing campus that empowers our learners with a world-class education for a global economy through the immersion of the Arabic language. As a magnet campus, all of our students travel from over 30 zip codes in the greater Houston area to participate in our program. And we are excited to provide rigorous instruction in math, science, reading, social studies, art, percussion, physical education, and of course, the Arabic language. Our innovative curriculum allows our students to learn the Arabic language for more than 50% of their day. We are the only Arabic immersion program in Houston ISD and the largest in the United States. Want to be a trailblazer with more than 400 plus students? Join us and please call 713-556-8940, or you can definitely visit our website and you can speak with me. We would love to welcome you to our global family. Again, that's Arabic Immersion Magnet School.
Hi, my name is Benita Gonzalez, and I'm representing our Catholic schools in the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston. Our Catholic schools serve over 17,000 students in over 23 public school districts. We are a wonderful family of 54 campuses strong and look forward to serving your family. Wherever you are, Catholic schools are here for you. So visit us at choosecatholicschools.org.
Hello, Shay. Oh, I think you might be muted.
Okay, how about now?
There we go. How are you?
I am doing well. I wasn't muted, but my mic itself was turned off, so that's why I was super confused. But that's all right.
Well, thanks for joining us. We are so excited to hear from you today.
Of course. So I am Shay Mackin. I am the Texas lead parent and on the national board of the National Coalition for Public School Options. We're an organization of parents that advocate and inform parents about their different options, a lot like what Families Empowered does. But we really hone in and focus on full-time online schools.
I love it. I love it. Well, I know you have a wonderful presentation for all of us, so I will leave it up to you. I think you have your screen popping up here. So I'll go ahead and drop off and I will leave the floor to you.
All right. Thanks, Lillian. All right. So full-time online schools. I know a lot of us are doing school online, right? Your district or your charter went to online back last spring, but full-time online schools has been a thing for more than 2 decades across the country. And in our state, it's been around almost 15 years for full-time online schools. So these are online public schools. Most of them are charters and chartered through an ISD or another system. And I'm going to just kind of let you know about a lot of options that you have for full-time online. So if you figured out maybe online's the way to go for you. Maybe your kid is really doing well. And so I'm going to give you a few options and let you know what your choices are. So in Texas, Texas public schools is just packaged differently. There's still tuition-free enrollment. Families do not pay tuition because, again, it's paid for by taxes, just like your school down the street or your brick and mortar charter. Most of them have the standard school year. Online schools in Texas, most of them follow the traditional school year calendar. So starting like in August and ending around May, beginning of June. They all have Texas certified teachers and they provide instruction and support for the students. So you're not on your own. This is not homeschooling. This is still public schooling, just utilizing, from your kitchen or your living room or your pillow fort, wherever with your computer. And then they do graduate with a high school diploma. Now, myself personally, I have 4 boys. My oldest 3 utilized full-time online. My oldest 2 graduated from full-time online. We now have about 20,000 students across the state, well, probably a little bit more because of COVID, utilizing full-time online school. When my kids started now 12 years ago, we were one of the first 300 students. So it is growing by leaps and bounds. And they do graduate with a high school diploma, a cap and gown, and all that good stuff. They do have social opportunities. Students enjoy a variety of ways to connect with their peers, both online and in person when COVID is not a thing, right? So some of the information is kind of pre-COVID and then going forward. And they align with the TEKS, just like your school down the street. And all of the schools and the curriculum is approved by TEA, or the Texas Education Association. Now, one of the things that you have to keep in mind for full-time online is you have to have been enrolled in a Texas public school the prior school year to then enroll in full-time online. So that means if you want to go in the fall to 100% online to one of these schools, you have to be enrolled in a Texas public school. That could be a charter or your neighborhood school, but you cannot have homeschooled the entire year. So that's one of the kind of hiccups that they have in our state. No other states have that, but ours does. All right, so it's kind of a blend of traditional and then it's a public school at home. Again, this is not homeschooling. All right, so here's our first step at one of our schools. So, take out your phone, take a screenshot, whatever, so you can get some information on these schools. This is Texas Virtual at Hallsville. This is the school that became Texas Virtual at Hallsville. This is the school that my kiddos attended personally. It goes from 3rd grade to 12th as of right now. And Hallsville ISD is the charter owner, or kind of, they own that charter for the school to be able to happen. Their website is tvah.k12.com. And they do have info sessions. So you can always go also, this is a K-12 school. So you can just Google K-12 schools in Texas, and this one will come up as one of those options. iUniversity Prep. iUniversity Prep is only 5th through 12th as of right now. They're out of Grapevine. Now, keep in mind, when I'm saying these schools are out of a certain area, like Hallsville or Grapevine, Colleyville ISD, these are all statewide schools. So you can live in Houston and still attend a school that is chartered out of another city. All of our teachers are all over the entire state. And so they're most likely are local teachers in Houston. And so when things are, after COVID and, we can have things at the park and things like that, or museum days, you will meet teachers that do live close to you. And I couldn't find info sessions, but they do have course demos found under the academics tab in their iuniversityprep.org website. And excuse me, I'm sure you can call them and find out about additional info sessions. Now, Texas Connections Academy at Houston. So they are out of Houston, Texas Connections Academy. But again, you don't have to live in Houston. You can live anywhere to go to Connections Academy. And they are 3rd through 12th. They're part of Houston ISD. And so I would totally check them out. This school year ends May 28th. And I know that they are still, some of these, and everything's so fluid right now. Some of them have a little bit of a waiting list, and some of them have openings, as in like today, you can call them up and try and get in. So it's all worth checking out each of these individual online schools. Connections has been around a long time. They're one of the very first schools in the state, and Connections is part of Pearson's Academy. They've been around for over 2 decades, along with K-12. Those are the two companies that facilitate curriculum for online that have been around kind of the longest that are within our state. Now, Texas Online Preparatory School, or TOPS, they are out of Huntsville, but again, you don't have to live in Huntsville. And they do have some info sessions on their calendar. Now, awesome thing about TOPS is they are rated as the 32nd best charter high school in Texas. Because remember, these are public charter schools. So a great opportunity to go to one of the, top rated charter schools in our state that is 100% online. And they have some great ratios of only 27 students to 1. And they are very much a college preparatory school. It's a little bit more intense than some of the other schools, and it's in the coursework there, have more AP offerings than maybe some of the other classes. So if you've got a high achiever and maybe your kid is just blowing past, the other kiddos in their class, and maybe they're not having as much of a COVID gap that we're seeing, they're still on track. TOPS may be a really good option for them. Now, eSchool Prep, they're only 5th through 12th. They've been around a few years. Great school out of Texarkana ISD. And so check them out. They do have webinars that you can go and check out their schools. And so I would check out eSchool Prep as well. iSchool Virtual Academy at Texas. They are not a K-12 or a connection school. They are a responsive ed school. Responsive ed has schools most of their schools are brick and mortar. Now they have a couple online schools. So they have some really great schools for responsive ed. So iSchool has been around now, I'm trying to say not quite a decade, I don't believe. But they've been doing a great and phenomenal job having really high ratings. And they have a very small, like a smaller school student body. Lone Star Academy. Now, Lone Star Academy is one of the few schools that opened up this year, and TEA had a waiver. Prior to COVID in our state, you could only do full-time online for 3 through 12. And TEA made a waiver for this school year for K through 2. And we're hoping with the legislation this year, we're working to get that so that it's now K through 12, finding that some of our younger students are also doing very well online. When they have the right curriculum that is made for online, it's not Zoom. It is, curriculums that have been around with portals and programs that are very interactive with the teacher and the student. And again, so this is a K through 5 school. So if you've got a little one, and this is the only K through 12 school with K through 2 for the K-12 schools. And they have events as well. So check them out, especially if you've got a little one. All right, so and then Destinations Career Academy. This is one of our newer online high schools. This has a very awesome focus of careers. So business, marketing, finance, health science, and information technology, or IT, right? Those guys that fix your computers. They can graduate with their high school diploma plus industry certification. So they will graduate with a leg up compared to some of their peers. Maybe they could go and work an IT job right away, or they can work an IT job while they're going to college. So our students through Destinations Career Academy are doing really, really well this year. We are excited to have this opportunity in our state. This has been an opportunity in other states for years, and it's been going very well in those states. So we are glad that they opened one in our state as well. Now, the International Leadership of Texas, or IL Texas, they have campuses in Dallas and Houston. Those campuses are amazing, high-rated schools, but a lot of them have really long wait lists. And they are coming on later today, or maybe they were on earlier, I'm not sure. I know that IL Texas, because they're in Houston, they have some really amazing campuses. So you'll find out more about them. They now have an online campus. So if you cannot get into their brick and mortar, their online campus may be something that works for you, or you already know online works for you, but you want the trilingual and the leadership curriculum that they offer, which is just phenomenal. If this had been around when my kiddos were in school, I would have jumped at the chance for my kids to be learning multiple languages, and their leadership curriculum of servant leadership is just phenomenal. We need more character and leadership development in our schools for sure. So for sure, stay on after this and check out IL Texas brick and mortar campus, but go in and check out their online school as well. All right, and then Great Hearts Online. So they have campuses in Dallas and San Antonio. And when I say campus, that means like a brick and mortar school that you show up and you drop your kid off to, right? And they sit in a desk at the school. Well, Great Hearts Online also opened an online campus this year. So in their 2 through 7, they're a classical liberal arts education model. So the kids are learning poetry and really diving deep into literature. And this is another very big character development school. These are schools that have, many, many people really trying to get into their schools. And this is a great opportunity. I live in Austin. I don't live in Dallas or San Antonio. I can't go to, I couldn't have sent some of my kids to these brick and mortar schools, but now online they can go and experience some really amazing charter schools. All right, so classes have hands-on components, y'all. This is not just putting your little one in front of a computer. You get sent boxes of stuff. So you've got the on-screen time with your teachers, the on-screen time with the lesson, but you also have the off-screen time. You get bouncy balls and pedometers and art supplies, music supplies. You get the math textbook, math worksheets already printed out. So they've got that off computer time stuff and then the on computer time stuff as well. And you get the, chapter books and the easy readers when they're younger. You get the geography books and the history books. So it's the classroom right at your house. And the teacher comes into your house to teach your kiddos. And you are not the teacher as the parent. You're the learning coach helping. When they're at a younger age, you're going to do a lot more. Then the older students, when my kiddos were the younger grades, it was more, okay, don't forget to get online. You've got a class at this time. They would sit, they would take the math class live with their teacher, and then they would have offline time to sit and do their worksheets. Maybe I had to go through a bit of the textbook with them to review, and then they would go online and play games. They would watch more videos. They would learn the content in a very interactive way. And then what I really, really love, both for the youngers and the olders, is every day they're having between 5 and 10 questions on that day's content for every single subject. So right away, they know right away, and the teacher knows right away if they understood that day's content. Compared to in a classroom, and I completely understand, in a brick and mortar, the teacher may not know until you're at the unit test that you did not understand Pythagorean theorem, right? But with this type of a portal, with it being online, I knew right away that my kiddo did not understand Pythagorean theorem, even though he went to class and he did it the whole lesson. The teacher knew right away, and he also knew. He thought he got it, but then when he was doing those 5 questions, he's like, oh, wait a second, I totally don't get this then. So we went in, we were able to go back and re-watch. That's the other beautiful thing, is every class is recorded. So if you miss it because you have a doctor appointment or you just did not understand, you can go back and watch the recording of that class and pause and rewind your teacher. Who does not wish that back in school that you could pause and rewind your teacher when you personally did not understand, but you didn't want to really raise your hand and say, can you please repeat that? So amazing, amazing stuff that is happening in our state. I'm going to stop sharing. Oh no, I've got a video of, I'm not going to stop sharing. I'm going to share with you a video of a day in the life at, this is particularly Great Hearts. And so enjoy. If it'll load.
Maya and her brother Marco sit down at the kitchen table to start their school day. In homeroom, Mrs. Vasquez greets Maya and helps the class get organized for the day. After reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, everyone heads to first period. In English, Maya's excited to participate in a discussion of Anne of Green Gables. Yesterday, she read a chapter and watched a video with questions to help organize her thoughts. Maya's teacher helps the class explore the story's setting, including the time period, culture, and geography. Next is math, and the class reviews some proportional relationship problems from the previous day. Mrs. Chen watches them work while giving individual feedback using Zoom chat. At the end of class, everyone answers a few questions, which helps Mrs. Chen tailor the next day's lesson to their understanding. In history, Maya participates in the lesson on Lincoln's House Divided speech. Mr. Baldwin annotates the text on screen while asking the students questions about virtue as well as fact. Maya loves the speech and feels inspired by the abolitionist courage. Maya plays a fun review game with her classmates in Latin class. Then in science class, there's an experiment. Together, Maya and her dad watch a short video about the role earthworms play in making healthy soil. Then they go to the kitchen and take out a small container from the refrigerator. Maya guides her father through the experiment and takes careful notes as he drips water on the worm. When the experiment's over, they take the worm outside and put it in the garden. At lunchtime, Maya and her mom sit on the back porch with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. On the laptop, other families are on screen for a lunch bunch meeting, chatting and telling jokes. With all her live sessions done, Maya has a flexible afternoon. She stays outside for art class, spending an hour filling pages in her sketchbook. After that, she heads to the den to read Anne of Green Gables. Finally, it's time for soccer practice, and Maya goes to play with her friends. Back at home, Maya sets the table for dinner. When the family's done, Maya finishes her ELA homework, and her mom comes to help with math. Together, they watch a short video. Then Maya attempts some new problems and submits a photo of her work. She had some trouble, but that's okay. Mrs. Chen will help her understand everything tomorrow. Her homework finished, Maya closes the computer and goes off with her mom to read together before bed. Tomorrow's another big day at Great Hearts Online.
So I just wanted to make sure that you guys kind of saw a life in the day. Let's see, is that going to keep going? Yep. There we go. So if you have questions about online schools, and again, what those options are, how you get a hold of these schools, how might this work for my student, then there is my email. So go ahead and email me, and I'm more than willing to answer some questions.
Thank you, Ray. This was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate all the information that you have. And I was talking with a coworker a little earlier, and she was saying, I love how we've been able to present so many different kinds of schooling options. I mean, right before we had a little commercial break with magnet schools, with charter schools, with private schools, and then you were showcasing different online schools as well. So I'm just so excited that we were able to dip into the online section of education too. I mean, these schools were ready to go and be online years before the pandemic even started, right? So I'm just so excited that some of the schools that you listed, like I believe it was IL Texas, is that right?
Yes, IL Texas has an online school. Yep.
They are actually here with us today. So parents, if you're listening in, scroll down and you'll be able to click on their name and it'll direct you over to their Zoom links. And so feel free to check them out and check out any other school that might be of interest to you. But before we kind of transition over, Shay, I wanted to ask you a couple questions. How have you seen, like, what kind of success have you seen? Because I know you said some of your kids went through online schooling, right? What have you seen from them that has really made you love and become an advocate for online schools?
Right. So, well, I became an advocate when there was some legislation that was going to take away that option. And that is that every legislative session, that's kind of a thing. That's a whole nother session and series of questions. But one thing that I was like, amen, hallelujah, because my kids are adults, most of them now. And when they went to college, they noticed a difference between themselves and some of their others, their friends who online, you really learn how to schedule out your day. You really learn how to have an assignment and figure out when in the day I'm going to do that. Just like college does not say, okay, everybody turn to chapter 23, read it, and make sure you turn in your thing by tomorrow. You really have to kind of, in high school, figure out how to schedule yourself in college. And in high school, for the online students, that's where they really succeed, is they learn how to schedule themselves and their day. And a lot of people, they think maybe, oh, this is homeschooling. Again, this is not. I was not teaching them. I was more making sure they had the computer from the school, that they had everything they needed, that they were maybe not distracted. I had to work a lot of times. So I would set alarms on my phone, and the older ones had phones or Alexa, whatever, like for reminders of when they needed to get online. But they really were learning how to self-regulate. And then even things they didn't have the biases. They didn't grow up in a high school where there was cliques. Right? So the judginess of cliques and kind of that ugliness that comes along with that, they didn't have that and experience that.
Yeah, so they were really able to figure out who they were, right? And kind of maybe learn about themselves in a way in which it was like a non-judgmental zone. Is that right?
Right, for sure. Yeah, and really know people for who they were and not from a physical first impression. My oldest one at high school graduation showed up to high school graduation. We had to drive to Houston because it was a statewide school.
Yeah.
And he had his cap and gown, and everybody had a name tag on, which normally you don't have at graduations. But they didn't know each other's faces. Their school actually didn't share the students' faces. They only would share the teachers. And so they didn't know what each other looked like. But he had done projects with people for chemistry and for science and for, history all through high school. And so he remembered names of people he'd done projects with.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't realize some of them were Muslim. He didn't realize some of them were African American. He just didn't care. It didn't matter. They were just working on a project together, being friends, and they were in clubs together, but they weren't seeing each other. That's just how that school ran. A lot of them, you now see each other.
Mm-hmm.
This was a while ago. They saw each other if they lived in Austin, but none of the people he actually did projects lived in Austin. And I spoke with some of the Muslim moms and said, why did you go online? And they said, because no one prejudged my kid.
Yeah.
For how they looked. And there was other kids who were 19 and graduating from high school. And when they were, in the freshman English class, but they were 17 years old, no one knew they were 17.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So there was not that prejudgment of what the heck are you doing in here? Shouldn't you be taking senior classes or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a big difference when you are able to actually learn without any random distractions or judgment or bullying, but you're actually able to go to school and do what you're supposed to do, which is learn.
Right.
Or learn online, not physically go to school.
They would have to go to their desk or the kitchen table or whatever. Right. They had to go somewhere. Either school.
Well, Shay, thank you so much for joining us. Viewers, if you are just joining in right now, we have Shay Mackin here who was talking about online schooling. This video and this website will be still available after today, even after our event ends at 1. So if you missed this opportunity, this presentation, you can always either go back on your little video and go back about 30 minutes or so, or you can just come back another day and rewatch the whole 4 hours if you would like. But now it is a raffle time again. Shay, thank you for joining us.
Of course, thank you.
We are going to be bringing on Ayla. So we're gonna bring us down, Shay and Ayla. You're coming on in. Bye, Shay.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. It's raffle time again. I feel like I'm probably the most popular person on the live stream because anytime I pop on, I'm giving something away. So love that. The prize for right now, we've got one more after this, so you still have a chance to win. But the current prize is a Taste of Texas gift card. This is actually a $75 gift card. And of course, you can pick up your food and take it home if you're not ready to be in a restaurant. So let's get to drawing. I am super excited to say we have more than 500 people registered, logged into the fair, and ready to win a prize. So let's draw someone and let's pull up their name. Okay, Clarabelle Rangel, congratulations. Again, you don't have to be here live to win. We will contact you directly, but come on back, hang out with us for the rest of the day. We'll have one more raffle prize going on. And of course, the main show is all of our 30 plus schools that are here today. Scroll down, talk to them. Like everyone's been reminding you, you can always come back here, rewatch this video if you miss anyone. But definitely talk to those schools. They're here to chat with you. You can also scroll down a little bit further. You can get free application help, and you can talk to some great community partners like the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, NXU, and a bunch of other awesome community partners. So there's lots to do, lots of people to talk to. But I am going to leave you now, and I'm very excited to introduce our next session because this is some like golden information. This is, you're going to want to write this down, listen closely. Next up, we have Colleen Dipple, who is going to be chatting with Dr. Heather Moore. And they're going to be talking about COVID and the vaccine and schools and kids and all that kind of stuff that we have all been trying to figure out ourselves. So we've got Dr. Moore here to tell you about it.
Good morning. Can you all hear me this morning? Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
Colleen, I cannot
hear you,
hear you.
Dr. Moore. Colleen, you're actually muted if you want to unmute yourself.
Oh, great. Okay. Sorry. So sorry.
Awesome.
All right. Well, good morning, Dr. Moore. Thank you so much for being here.
My
I love
pleasure.
that Julianne just popped in and popped out. Normally she texts us, so that's Julianne. I think you guys just need to know she's like the wonder person who behind the scenes is making it happen for everybody. So first, I'm going to start, Dr. Moore, by saying thank you to you.
Oh, you are very welcome. It's my pleasure.
You're the third physician from Texas Children's Hospital, Baylor College of Medicine, who's agreed to come on to our live stream on these school fairs. And okay, I'm just sorry. My kids are home, and there's a friend who's not.
Mine are too.
So sorry.
That's okay. I have banished mine to the other rooms.
Murphy's Law that somebody's knocking on. It's been quiet all morning. So, but your colleagues have joined us the last 3 weeks, and Dr. Jean Raphael is someone I've had the pleasure of working with, and Dr. Claire Broppini, and you've got some amazing folks, and just every physician, every nurse, every person who is working on the front lines to keep our kids and our families safe through this pandemic, and to do the incredible research that's been done on the vaccine just deserves our gratitude. And so I want to just start by thanking you, and then we're going to dive right in.
Well, thank you so very much, Colleen. It's much appreciated.
We know you have been working hard to get us all, keep us safe, but try to get us back to some normalcy. And normally at Families Empowered, we focus on connecting families to schools and schools to families. So people joining us, there are schools, there are over 38 different school networks here. Talk to schools, but we've invited our friends at Texas Children's Hospital to come and to talk to us about COVID-19 and the impact that's having on our kids, so that families can start to get information from physicians about the impact that this virus is having on children, and then also to get some good information from doctors about the vaccine. I think we're hearing from elected officials and from community members and all like armchair quarterbacks like me on Twitter and Facebook who don't have medical degrees. So we appreciate you coming on here to give our parents some straight talk. So I'm going to dive right in.
Okay.
For our families, what is COVID-19? What is this virus, and how is it affecting kids?
Okay, so COVID-19 is a virus that is in the family of coronaviruses, and we've known about coronaviruses for a very long time. They are in years past have been a set of viruses that cause disease in humans, relatively mild disease, up until around 2000. And around 2000, the SARS epidemic showed up in China, and that stands for severe acute respiratory syndrome. And it was caused by this sort of new novel coronavirus that we really hadn't seen. And it was tracked back to animal to human transmission. And then in the later 2010s, we saw another new novel coronavirus that was associated with the disease called MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. And both of these were highly contagious and very severe in their disease that they caused in humans that we had not seen associated with coronaviruses before. And then in 2019, we saw the emergence of the COVID-19. So it's SARS, COVID, coronavirus 2019. So that's the COVID-19 came from. And it is more contagious than these previous coronaviruses that were causing severe illness that we had seen, but a little less severe in that it affects a lot more people, but many of the people don't get as sick as the previous coronaviruses that we had seen causing severe illness. So it's a viral infection. So it is caused by a virus. It's not caused by a bacteria. It's not treated with antibiotics. And it is really sort of this new novel entity that we are experiencing really for the first time in worldwide. Colleen, I cannot hear you. Are you muted again?
I'm muted again. I'm muted again because of the dog then started to bark.
Thank you.
So I think what's important when we talk about the vaccine and the worry people have about, oh my gosh, they rushed this vaccine. What I just heard you said is this virus has been part of a family of viruses for if you're not a physician or a doctor. And so that you all have been, scientists and infectious disease folks have been studying the family of this kind of virus for a long time. Is that is right?
That is true. Yes. And while we have not had, so 2 points I think are important here. The first one is, yes, this is a member of a virus family, if you will. It has lots of cousins that we have been studying for a very long time. And so while this is novel and new, it still shares some of the same characteristics with its family member viruses. And so we've been studying these for quite some time. And so we have an understanding of the basics of this virus. And now we're learning more about the particulars of this individual virus. So that's the first point, is that we've had some knowledge going into this pandemic about coronaviruses in general. And the second thing that I'd like to point out is that while, yes, the coronavirus vaccine is a new vaccine development is not. We've been doing vaccine development for decades. And so it's not necessarily brand new biotechnology that we're using. We're actually using the fundamentals and the foundations that we have for the development of all of our vaccines, and we're tailoring it to the development of this new coronavirus vaccine. So I think those are two important points to share with everybody. Is that number one, we have an understanding of this family of viruses, and so we have an understanding of how they work in the body, what mechanisms they use for infection, for replication, those kinds of things. And then the second thing is that vaccine development has been around for decades, and we've gotten really good at it. And so taking that technology and just applying it to a new updated virus, it's not new. It's basically like your next generation iPhone, right? They've taken the technology that you have from your iPhone way in the beginning, and it's made evolution, over time, technologically speaking. And it's the same concept with vaccines.
So I know in our prep document, we had questions first about kids and schools. I'm going to flip back. We're on the vaccine, and then I'm going to end by
of course,
for parents who are watching this, as they're thinking about scrolling through and talking to schools, getting to the question of sort of safety and impact on kids. So sticking with the idea of this vaccine, so we work with families, many of whom have distrust, and for good reason, right, about sort of the efficacy of vaccines and the testing. Can you tell us a little bit about how effective the vaccines are? There are 2 right now that are available. And how has this vaccine been tested on a diverse group of people? So we have families, many families of color at Families Empowered who we work with, who have concerns and questions because we've had some, our lack of equity in the way we've delivered healthcare and the way that we've tested on folks of color. And so talk a little bit about the efficacy of the vaccine, and also, has this been tested on a diverse set of people, and can we feel good about that?
So there are two current vaccines available. There's the Pfizer and the Moderna, and they both have a greater than 95% efficacy.
Wow.
Meaning that 95 times out of 100, the person who's vaccinated is not going to be infected with the virus, and so that is an amazing efficacy number, and so we're very excited about that. So actually, one of the vaccine developers was a physician of color who was intricately involved in this vaccine development. And so that sort of led the charge to make sure that we were looking at all different populations within this country. And, 200,000 people plus were part of the initial vaccine trial. And I think that the manufacturers, tried to do the best job that they could in recruitment and enrollment of a variety of different groups to participate in this. And so there's still one subpopulation that we are working on, and that is children. And so there are currently studies going on right now with vaccine enrollment for children. But for the adult population, I think it was a good, solid effort to recruit and enroll and vaccinate a wide, diverse population.
So what I just heard is we don't do vaccine trials on children, especially littles, which I think most of the parents, the moms and dads and grandparents and caregivers here today probably understand. Do I really want to enroll my 5-year-old in a trial? But I have a teen. He's 15. He'll be 16 in oh my gosh, April. He'll kill me. I can't remember his birthday. April. And so for those of us who, I think we always say, we forget teenagers are kids too, and they're young adults. And in your pediatric practice, right, does it go to 18 or 21? I don't know what you consider pediatrics, but those of us who have these big kids, I call my son a man-child, right? 16 and older, should kids who are 16 and older get vaccinated? Are the vaccines available? And when will we start seeing younger kids have access to vaccines?
Great question. So currently right now, the vaccine eligibility is inclusive of teenagers, adolescents, 16 and above. And so with an asterisk by that they have a significant risk factors. And so my recommendation, just as a sort of an aside, I do special needs. That's my area of practice. And so all of my patients are 16 and over would qualify for the vaccine because that's what I do. But they're looking at specific subpopulations of teenagers, 16 and older, who have chronic lung disease, sickle cell anemia. So conditions that would predispose them to have higher risk of severe or life-threatening coronavirus. So yes, I do think that those children should be vaccinated.
And so right now, and is the reason that say a child who doesn't have a pre-existing condition or is in a high-risk category, a more kind of like typical patient, who's in high school, 16 and older, is it just the availability of the vaccine, and that's why we're prioritizing certain groups?
Yes.
Okay.
So the three priority groups right now are individuals over the age of 65, healthcare workers, and then people over 16 with one of the conditions that would predispose to more severe disease from the coronavirus.
So I have heard from many of your colleagues, we are going to have to vaccinate our way out of this.
Yes,
right?
we are.
So lots of our families, and we're going to pivot a little bit, but we here at Families Empowered from thousands of families across the state of Texas. All of our families care deeply about their children. They want their children to be safe, to be educated, to be productive citizens when they grow up. And this year has been highly disruptive on every level, right? For families, and every day is kind of a new thing. And people want to get back to some kind of normal, right? We all know parents want their kids, generally speaking, back in school, back in sports. in choir, in theater, at doing the French club and the yearbook and all of these things, and having, fun with friends. These are things that are normal social interaction. And what I understand is, and I just want to make sure we're really clear with the families listening, is I keep hearing the way we get there is through vaccinating.
That is absolutely true. We are not going to be able to get a hold on this with the current measures that are in place, because they're so easy to step away from. It's easy to say, well, everybody should continue to socially isolate, but is that realistic, going forward for another year or two? And the answer is probably not. And so the best mechanism that we can provide for public health measures is vaccination, is to vaccinate people. They have the immunity, that we start building what we call herd immunity, which is the idea that enough people in the community are immune, right, through vaccination, that they are then able to protect those who cannot be vaccinated for whatever medical reason would be. And so I think that that's the best public health strategy that we have.
So the message that we are supporting with you all is, if we want to protect our children or protect our teachers and protect our bus drivers and our school custodians and our cafeteria workers and our coaches and our aides and our tutors, the best way to do that is for every eligible adult to get vaccinated when that number comes up. When you get the call or your wait list number or the email, or whenever they tell you you have your spot, and to be patient. And we're prioritizing groups that are at the highest risk. And for those people like me, so the other question I would have for you, and then I'm going to pivot a little bit to how this has affected kids, but for so many people, unfortunately, in our state and in the US have gotten COVID. I actually got it in November. And so I actually have antibodies. Should people this is something for our parents to consider, for people who've had it, who say, oh, well, now I'm immune. I had it. It's like a chickenpox party or whatever. It wasn't a chickenpox party. It was
I know what you mean.
It was a bad work event where I walked in and people didn't have masks, and I should have walked right out, and I didn't. But for people who've had it and have antibodies, should they still be vaccinated?
I would say yes. And the reason is that for longer term immunity, we're not completely clear about what that looks like in someone who's had what we call the native disease. And so somebody who has actually had COVID, how long does their immunity last? We don't really know that. And so I think the best protective, mechanism that we can use is to go ahead and vaccinate those people as well too.
So sort of like you could get the flu one year, but you should probably get your flu shot the next year.
Every year.
Yes, you should just get a flu shot. So great. So we're hoping, and we are going to work. We want to keep our healthcare workers safe. We want to keep our educators safe. We want to keep our bus drivers and our grocery store workers, everybody, to keep our community safe. We should get vaccinated. And in the meanwhile, we need to continue to wear masks. We need to wash our hands, and we need to stay socially distanced for the time being, because, we all want to hug, but we need to really continue to do those safety practices.
Absolutely. And I just to be totally clear that I practice what I preach, right? So I have been fully vaccinated through Texas Children's. They have been wonderful in providing the vaccine for all of us who work there, because they want a safe workforce, right? It's one of those ideas that if I'm going to tell folks to go and get the vaccine, I need to practice that myself, because I can't go in knowing that I could possibly infect a patient. That's just unkind, right? It's really just an unkind strategy. And so I personally have been vaccinated. My husband, he's a first responder. He has been personally vaccinated. And I am waiting to sign my children up to a trial when they open up for children less than age 12. They're currently enrolling for 12 and older, but I'm waiting for the less than 12 to sign my children up. And we continue to socially distance as a family. And so we have not seen our family in person in over a year. And my husband and I just recently, both being vaccinated, went out to a restaurant wearing masks, socially distancing, but we finally felt safe enough to be able to do that.
Okay, so that's a really great example of just what we have to do, but the opportunity that vaccination provides, right, is to see the family, is to sort of start to resume normal activities. So parents who are with us today are looking for schools. They're looking for options, and some of them want to stay virtual, but mostly this year there's been so much talk. Is it safe? Is it not? CDC says one thing, then another thing, and so one thing that is concerning is not a single parent I've ever come in contact with in 10 years wants to see their child end up dead. And I think at first we really thought in March, oh my gosh, our kids are going to die. We need to keep them home. And so tell us, what have we seen in terms of how COVID-19 affects children? How does this disease, and so on the one hand, you have people saying, oh, kids are fine. And on the other hand, you have people saying, we can't have kids do anything because they're going to die. And there's somewhere in the middle. So can you tell us, as a physician, what happens to kids who get this generally? What does the data tell us?
So the majority of patients, of pediatric patients who have it, either have asymptomatic or mild disease. There is a small but significant cohort of children who have developed what we call MISC, which is multi-inflammatory syndrome in children. And it is a life-threatening sequela or condition that occurs with COVID infection. And those children have been very, very sick, required extensive hospitalizations, long-term stays. So fortunately, though, that the number of children have either been asymptomatically infected or have had very mild disease and have recovered just fine.
So, well, and so it's interesting is that I had it and my spouse had it, and our youngest had nothing. It was essentially fine, and our teenager was just a little tiny bit sick. And both the kids were treated as if they were COVID positive, but actually Texas Children's said, you know what? We're not going to. We're their presumptive positives.
Exactly.
So
yes.
Everybody stays home, and what we saw was exactly what you described. Our younger child just kept going, and the teenager sort of had a day or two of not feeling so great. So tell us a little bit about, so we've got younger kids who fare better, and except for these cases that are rare, but very, very life-threatening and extreme. How about some of these older kids? How about teenagers and then young adults? So college students, they're not quite pediatric patients, but
Same statistics, and so what we're seeing is again milder disease. Although interestingly, and this is some new information that has been coming out within the last couple of months, is that even those children that have been infected and have a milder course, that there is interestingly some increased risk for heart abnormalities after the COVID. And so we're really starting to look at, do those kids need to be monitored from a number of different aspects? So do they need to have, like cardiac monitoring? Do we need to monitor them? Because the MISC can develop a couple of weeks after the initial COVID infection. And so I think that the take-home message here is that even though your kid has had a mild COVID case, follow up with your pediatrician. Make sure that you're following up with all of the recommended testings and evaluations that are coming out as new recommendations as we learn more about this.
So what's really on the mind of parents today is, if I send my child back to school, is my child going to get COVID from school? And there's a question, people saying, am I going to get COVID from my work environment, right? From an office setting. But parents are thinking, if I put my kid in a classroom, is my child going to get sick? And so what do you know about sort of data and what the data is saying about where the community spread is happening, and how, what do we know about schools as being kind of the big contagion location?
I think that I don't have the most up-to-date data on school, but from what a lot of the, through the summer and then into the winter, a lot of the spread really came from family gatherings. right? From people coming together saying, I'm ready to step outside my little bubble. I'm going to visit with extended family. And that's where we really saw a lot of the spread, because those preventative measures, such as masking, social distancing, the cleaning, the hand washing, all of that, were not in practice, right? Because people said, we're going to come together, we're going to celebrate, it's only 15 people or whatever it is. And then that spread to, to more and more and more people. I think that the schools, with having good policies in place that can be adhered to the best of their ability, probably are not as significant a site for the spread as informal gatherings where people are not following those guidelines.
So so both of my children have been back in person school since the fall. And what we know at Families Empowered is parents want options, right? Some parents are not comfortable with that, and they would still want to stay virtual. And we think they ought to have, we just had somebody talking about virtual school before you came on. And we think that that's a really great practice that we ought to have moving forward. But the face-to-face school is not a replaceable thing for so many kids, right, who really want and need that personal connection, either with the teacher, or in some cases kids with special needs who get their therapies in school and things like that, right, and kids who get food in school, or who just really want to not be home with their parents and learn in face-to-face. So what my kids have done is they've worn masks every day, and they have to. They get sent home if they don't have a mask, or the schools will give them a mask. But it's not an issue. Every kid gets on and off a bus with a mask. They get out of a car with a mask. Schools have been doing things like asking people who can drive for social distancing. So we're seeing really, I think, smart practices in place. And what I'm hearing is those practices do keep people safe.
They do definitely keep them safer. And full disclosure, my children are back in school as well, too. They're physically back in school. And I really think that it's a family-based decision, working with the best information that you have, talking to your, pediatrician, talking to your own, the parent's physician, and figuring out, what your children are able to accomplish, what they're not able to accomplish. In terms of guideline adherence, are they able to wear a mask the whole time? Are they able to socially distance? For us, it was a decision based on the needs of our family, my children, and knowing, what our school had in place, and talking with the administration at the school, and figuring out how people were adhering to the guidelines, and talking to my kids and asking them, is everybody wearing a mask at school? And figuring out, what works best for your family. Obviously, in my practice with, very medically fragile children, a lot of my families are opting not to go to school, and that's okay, because that's what works best for their family. They understand that their child has a more inherent risk of having a severe complication from COVID, and they've decided it's not worth it. And so I think it really comes down to having an individual conversation amongst the family members, with the child, and then with the medical professionals in your sphere about what's the best decision.
So I think that's what we've heard. We heard from our friends at Collaborative for Children, the same thing about choosing a preschool, right? And you know your child. It is natural and normal to worry about your child, and you should be advocating and asking questions. So for families today who are talking to schools, they should be asking questions and then making these decisions about what's right for the individual child, right? And for your family as a whole, right? And it could be that your child is medically fragile, or, I know women who were going through breast cancer and really undergoing chemo and radiation, and they decided, I'm going to keep my kids home till I'm done with treatment.
Exactly.
I'm more vulnerable. And so we all have these situations that are unique. That's why we exist, to really help parents kind of feel okay about their own unique concerns and worries, and then give them some help, advocating for their kids. We're on 1 minute, but I just want to make sure I again thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
I also want to just recap for anyone who's joined us that we we are here with Dr. Heather Moore, who has just been fighting for our kids and working with our most vulnerable kids, and along with her colleagues at Texas Children's and Baylor College of Medicine, who've just been, really helping parents sift through just the uncertainty about the impact that this virus has had on children, and the vaccine and the importance of vaccines. The way we keep our kids safe is by, as adults, keeping all of the other adults safe, right? So we want our teachers to be safe. They're doing important work. We want our school employees to be safe. We want everybody who touches our kids to be safe, because that's how we keep our kids safe. And it's the right thing to do.
And Colleen, I would add to that, there's a lot of information out there, and it's really difficult to sift through it and figure out social media and other platforms. What is accurate? What is this true? Is this true? Do masks make you rebreathe your carbon dioxide? Go to your pediatrician, go to your own physician and talk to them. As a pediatrician, my single goal is to keep your child safe and healthy. That is my single goal. I have no ulterior motives. I've dedicated my life to this, and I am going to give you the best information that is available, that is science-based, it's evidence-based, and it's what I'm applying in my own life as well.
Part of why we were so excited to have you all on and thrilled when we asked that you said yes is because we thought, who are the people who've actually taken an oath to do no harm, right? And that's sort of a great baseline for thinking about where you should get your advice with respect to sort of what to do. And the problem is there's no perfect answer. There's no one right answer, but our physicians have taken an oath to do no harm and to put their patients first, and pediatricians are putting kids first every day. So we are really appreciative of this. We're about to head into our next session, but I want to remind folks that we have lots and lots of schools here today. They're below, so scroll down, ask them what they're doing for COVID mitigation, what they're doing to keep kids safe, how they're working with healthcare professionals. I also want to remind everyone, we also have Catholic schools here today. So Catholic schools of the Archdiocese of Galveston-Houston, I just got a note from someone saying, hey, we have the Archdiocese here. It's Catholic Schools Week, and we had over 50 campuses are represented, and they have financial aid. And the really cool thing about Catholic schools and some of our private schools, they've been open since day one. And we've learned a lot from them. So I think our public schools should have a lot of gratitude, because some people, it's sort of like the people who do the trials for the vaccines. There are people who just sort of took these risks and said, okay, we're gonna open, and everyone else got to sort of wait and see, and they saw that like they were doing things differently, and they learned from those innovations. And so anyway, just a reminder, we've got Catholic schools here, and we've got traditional public schools and magnet schools and charter schools and virtual schools. We hope that everyone next year finds a school that's right for them and feels that their child is safe and well cared for, that every available adult in the Houston metro area gets a vaccine, and that they are talking to their pediatrician first. So thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you so much for having me. Best of luck to everybody, and stay safe. Bye.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Patricia Castillo, and I am the Operations Manager at Families Empowered, and I have the pleasure of being here today with one of our Family Success Specialists. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, guys. So my name is Pamela, and I am a Family Success Specialist. Might sound a little complicated, but my position is basically assisting parents in search for their school options.
Nice. So tell me, what is exactly your position at Families Empowered?
So I am the one who parents reach out to, or I reach out to parents whenever they're interested in finding out about their school options available in their area.
Oh, nice. So what do you like? Tell me, what would your day to day be like at Families Empowered?
So we normally open up our call center at 9 a.m. Me, myself, Miss Allison, and Leah are available via phone Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, and we're all bilingual here to help out parents. Sometimes they can also reach out via email, and if they need or have questions about something about schools, we're right here to guide them through.
And I know you guys are very knowledgeable. Like, I have seen you guys in action, and I'm always amazed by the amount of information that you know and how well you can help parents. What Tell me what about the type of events that Families Empowered, um, you know, has throughout the year. Of course, it's a
So,
little bit different this year with the pandemic, but yeah.
so like right now, we are hosting our virtual fair event. Although we did make some adjustments because previously we did have some events in person, but because of COVID, we had to adjust a little bit. We host them in San Antonio, Austin, and Houston, and right now we're actually finishing it off. And other than that, we are also hosting some Facebook Live events. Even though COVID did stop us in going to schools, Families Empowered is actually here doing some Facebook Live events with schools. So if you have any questions, trying to get updates about how they're dealing with COVID, you can go into our Families Empowered Facebook page, and you can see all the schools that we have previously had and what other schools are going to be coming up this week. And take into consideration if you have questions about it, you can actually leave it in the chat, and somebody from the school, a representative, will be reaching out to you.
That's awesome. Tell me, what type of questions do you get from parents? Tell me about, like, give me a few examples.
Yeah, of course. So there are always those first time parents who are not aware of their options. They want to know if they have to stick to their public school or what else is out there in their area, or others who are already assisting a school and they might not be satisfied because maybe they're looking for a particular program like early education, maybe after school or before school programs. So it just depends. It varies from parent to parent and their needs.
Does Families Empowered help with college applications?
I know that process is really long and it's a little bit complicated, but Families Empowered only focuses on um, early education from pre-K to 3 all the way to 12th grade. Take into mind if the child is 2 years old, we still welcome them to give us a call. So that way we can be able to prepare them and knowing their search options whenever they are ready for the child to attend a school.
Oh, nice. So, how do you prepare for a conversation with a parent during application season? I mean, application season is our busiest, and sometimes it gets crazy. So, tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so every parents are different, like I previously mentioned. So there's no one way to prepare. I'm just here to ready to listen to their needs and what I can be able to find them out. But the most important thing is for parents to know is that application season starts way earlier, basically during winter of the another semester. And some open applications are open since September of that same school year that they started, and others in November. So our most important thing is informing them about deadlines and when applications open, so that way they are not automatically put in a wait list in case they apply at the end of the year.
Has a parent come back after their child has changed schools to tell you how it went? Do you have stories about that?
Yeah, we've had many successful stories where Miss Alice and Miss Leah, the other success specialist, and myself have been great. Have had parents who are grateful that we were able to guide them and inform them about other schools, and they were able to successfully get admitted. And it was a better choice for them and their child. It was a better fit for them overall.
Is it like a very rewarding feeling for you?
Yeah, of course. So, like I previously mentioned, many parents don't know that they have more school options, like public, charter, and private. And many are not informed about the charter school options and how they work. So, take into mind that many parents are not informed that maybe they have a charter school that they can apply to. Because many parents are not informed that charter schools are public schools. They are independent of the school district, but they're still eligible to apply. They can accept all children. They do not require any exams and no tuition. They just have to be able to submit an application, and in case there's any not that many seats available compared to applications, that's when a lottery is held, and we just hope that they are able to get picked up from the lottery and get admitted into a seat. But don't let that stop you from applying, even though there is a wait list. There's also the chance that many students that said that they accepted at the end don't attend the school, so that's when the wait list kids are considered and moved into a spot for the school.
Yeah, most definitely. Don't get discouraged by being put in a waiting list, because the chances are high of of you getting a spot for your child. Tell me, what is like the most inspiring or fulfilling time you interacted with a parent?
Yeah, so the most fulfilling part is being able to provide families and finding them a more suitable school for them. I personally attended a magnet school, and it's a school of choice, so I had to find help to able to apply, and I saw the relief of my mother in being able to get accepted to a school that she was more she wasn't satisfied with my son's school, so she was relieved to know that we had other options, and seeing that relief that she obtained, I want to be able to give that to other families.
It is, and it's so wonderful that you and I, in another point, not myself, but with my sisters that were younger when we came here, being able to find another school for them, and not like being settled with the one that it's in our own school. It's a great relief, and like knowing that they're going to get a better education. It's awesome. So we are going to switch. We're going to have this interview with Pam in Spanish. So, por favor, si ustedes hablan español y se quieren quedar con nosotros para escuchar las respuestas a las preguntas que le voy a hacer a Pam, es una información muy importante y es muy interesante lo que Pam nos tiene que decir. Una vez más, mi nombre es Patricia Castillo, yo soy la gerente de operaciones en Families Empowered, y voy a dejar que Pam se presente.
Hola, mi nombre es Pamela y mi título para Families Empowered es una Family Success Specialist, que se suena un poco complicado, pero básicamente soy alguien que ayuda a los papás a buscar opciones de escuelas.
A little parentheses before we continue with the Spanish is that I wanted to mention about the to scroll down. If you want to speak to schools, there are a bunch of schools that are waiting for you to pop up and ask questions. And there's also an option for you to speak to one of our family success specialists, so they can help you with the application and any other questions that you have. So, entonces vamos a continuar. Dime, ¿cuál es tu título? Tu trabajo, el título que tienes en Families Empowered.
Yeah, so como mencioné, soy una Family Success Specialist. Básicamente ayudo a los papás a buscar opciones de escuelas.
¿Cómo se diría Family Success Specialist en español?
No estoy segura de cómo pudiéramos mencionar.
Una especialista.
Una especialista, digamos, para informarles a los papás de las opciones disponibles que tienen de escuelas.
Perfecto. ¿Cómo es tu día a día en Families Empowered?
So, nosotras tenemos otras dos Family Success Specialists, Ms. Leah y Allison, y las tres comenzamos nuestra mañana a las 9 y es donde encendemos el centro de llamadas de lunes a viernes y estamos disponibles para que nos puedan dar una llamada y somos opcional de español e inglés para cualquier padre. Ya de ahí está en nuestro centro de llamadas, como mencioné, donde nos pueden llamar. También tenemos nuestro email de Families Empowered, donde se pueden comunicar si no están disponibles para hablar por el teléfono, nos pueden solo mandar un mensaje. Y también incluimos para incluirles e informarles a papás durante esas llamadas de informarles sobre si tienen opciones de escuelas, o a veces nosotros hacemos las llamadas a los papás para informarles de escuelas que tienen espacios disponibles, de nuevas escuelas que han abierto sus puertas o qué disponibilidades tienen ellos.
Súper bien. Cuéntame sobre los tipos de eventos que Families Empowered pone, arma para la comunidad, que organiza para la comunidad. Ajá.
Al momento es como ahorita lo que estamos atendiendo, que es nuestra feria de escuelas. Previamente, antes que viniera COVID, cosas eran diferentes y teníamos eventos en persona en las ciudades de Austin, San Antonio y Houston, pero al momento sobre COVID tuvimos que hacerlo virtual. También tenemos Facebooks, eventos en vivo de Facebook, live events, donde las escuelas atienden el evento de Facebook y ahí pueden interactuar con los papás durante los comentarios, informarles sobre los nuevos cambios que han hecho en COVID, si todavía tienen espacio disponible y más sobre los programas que proviene la escuela. Y tomen en cuenta si los papás están ahí en el evento, pueden dejar un mensaje y la escuela se puede comunicar después con ustedes para poder seguirle el proceso si tenía otras dudas o preguntas que no fueron respondidas durante el Facebook Live.
Sí, hay veces que hay muchos comentarios, muchas preguntas y es imposible. Muy bien. ¿Qué tipo de preguntas recibes de parte de los padres? Dame algunos ejemplos.
Muchos que es la primera vez que son papás y sus niños no saben el proceso de la escuela, solo quieren estar informados de todo el proceso, qué opciones tienen disponible, que no solo es su escuela que están asignadas, básicamente que también tienen escuelas charters y privadas que pueden interactuar con ellas y ver cuáles son las opciones mejor para ellos. Tomen en cuenta, muchos papás solo están informados de las escuelas que son asignadas base a su código postal, pero también no están informados que hay otras escuelas como charter, aunque se escuche diferente que no está asignado para su código postal. Tomen en cuenta que las escuelas charters también son públicas, son independientes del distrito escolar, pero están abiertos a todos los niños, no requieren ningún examen, no requieren ninguna matrícula y participan en los mismos exámenes que las escuelas públicas. Lo único diferente es que sí tienen que entregar una aplicación para poder ver si puede ser admitido a la escuela, pero como le digo, la aplicación no tiene que pagar por ella, solo tiene que ver si puede ser aceptado. Si el dado caso que hay más aplicaciones que asientos disponibles, es cuando tienen que hacer una lotería para que puedan darle la misma oportunidad a todos los niños. Hay ciertos casos donde sí hay una lista de espera, pero no por eso solo se tienen que cancelar la aplicación. Quédense en la lista de espera y hay la posibilidad que los remuevan de la lista de espera y puedan ser admitidos en el futuro.
Sí, es muy importante que no se desanimen cuando los pongan en lista de espera porque hay una posibilidad muy grande de que tal vez los puedan llamar. Dime una cosa, cuando son escuelas charter públicas, ¿importa la zona donde viven como importa para la escuela de la zona del distrito?
No, con las escuelas charters hay más flexibilidad en los niños que son aceptados. Ahora sí puede ser una escuela que esté más cerca a su trabajo y sería más conveniente para ustedes. Y si es una escuela charter, puede aplicar y con gusto ahí pueden ver en el proceso si sí son aceptados o no. O el dado caso, digamos, hay también cualquier modo, esa escuela está un poco más flexible en aceptar más niños. La cosa es que si el dado caso que hay más aplicaciones que asientos, es cuando tienen que hacer una lotería para que sea ahora sí posible que todos tengan la misma oportunidad de ser admitidos, pero no discriminan, aceptan a todos los niños, ya solo depende si tienen que haber una lotería base que hay más aplicaciones que asientos disponibles.
Oh, eso es muy importante de saber. Dime una cosa, Families Empowered ayuda con las aplicaciones para la universidad.
Aunque quisiéramos ayudar a todos los estudiantes y sabemos que el proceso para las aplicaciones de colegios es un poco también difícil, Families Empowered solo se enfoca desde las escuelas primarias, desde la edad de 3, que es pre-K3, hasta el grado 12. Pero tomen en cuenta si tienen niños que apenas tienen 1 año o 2, con gusto todavía los invito a que se comuniquen con nosotros, porque tomen en cuenta que las aplicaciones empiezan 1 año antes que ellos atienden la escuela. Los papás normalmente tienen que empezar a buscar las opciones de escuelas durante el mes de septiembre y noviembre de un año previo. Entonces el niño va a cumplir 3 años y quieren que atienda la escuela, tienen que empezar desde que tenga 2 años durante el mes de septiembre y octubre, y ahí nosotros estamos acá disponibles para informarle de todas las opciones y escuelas que puedan aplicar.
No, súper bien. Una cosa, ha regresado padre después de que su hijo haya cambiado de escuela para decirles, porque hablaron con ustedes, porque ustedes les dieron más opciones después para dejarles saber cómo les ha ido. Cuéntame alguna.
Por supuesto, hemos tenido muchas historias de éxito de parte mía, de la señora Allison y Lia, que son las otras Family Success Specialists, y los papás regresan muy felices en saber que pudieron tener otra oportunidad o otras escuelas disponibles para ellos, por alguna razón no estaban satisfechos con la escuela que estaban asignadas, o le provenimos con una escuela que le interesaba más el niño porque tenía un programa que él estaba buscando, como robóticas, arte o música, cosas así.
Ah, qué padre. Me imagino que ha de ser, tu trabajo ha de ser cuando alguien te llama para decirte, gracias por ayudarme, me va súper bien, es un sentimiento muy bonito. No se les olvide, por favor, deslizar para abajo y ir a hablar con las escuelas. Si tienen preguntas, está un botón también que pueden hablar con todas, con Pam, con Allison o con Lia. Si tienen preguntas y necesitan ayuda para llenar las aplicaciones de las escuelas, ellas con mucho gusto les pueden ayudar. Pueden hablar directamente con las escuelas que están participando hoy. And thank you so much for being here with us. It was a pleasure, Pam. Thank you for all your great answers, and have a nice weekend.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Again, I am back with another raffle, which is very exciting. It's our last raffle of the day, so you know it's time to pay attention. Again, you don't have to be here live to win. We'll contact you, so definitely scroll down, talk to those schools. We have some awesome options. We've got A+ Up, which is a really great smaller middle school. It's a public charter school there for your kids. Really great location in Midtown Houston. We have HISD School Choice, lots of different HISD schools. We have Catholic Schools of Galveston, Houston that are here that can talk to you about over 50 of their campuses. We've got Step Charter School with a couple of locations. So lots of schools. Just scroll down, click on their name, and talk to them. But since you're here now, let's talk about this raffle prize. We have another Burger Joint gift card for you guys to win. So thank you again to the Burger Joint for being so generous. Here's our ticket bowl, and let's get to drawing. Okay, let's pull up our winner's name. And our winner is Twana Davis. So Twana, congratulations. You are our lucky winner for this $25 Burger Joint gift card. So again, thank you to the Burger Joint, and Twana, enjoy having a burger or two on us and the Burger Joint. And so before I go, we're going to clip to a commercial break. And then after the commercial break, I'm actually very excited to announce that Zulian will be back on chatting with the HISD Office of School Choice with Justin Fuentes and I believe one of his coworkers. So they will be chatting all things HISD School Choice, which is a big one today. I know we have seen a lot of you asking about those HISD options in the chat box. So really excited for you to hear live from them. And that conversation will actually be happening in both English and Spanish. So of course, for all of our people in Spanish who are watching en español, a continuación tenemos Zulian y HISD para hablar de opciones escolares en Houston con Justin Fuentes. Justin es el director ejecutivo de HISD School Choice. So stay tuned. And until then, I am going to leave you with a little commercial break before we switch over to HISD School Choice.
Bienvenidos a Red Preparatory Charter School. Este año estamos ofreciendo los grados de kinder a segundo grado, pero para el próximo ciclo escolar estaremos ofreciendo los grados de kinder a quinto grado. Nuestra misión es educar a los estudiantes de kinder a octavo grado para que tengan éxito en la escuela secundaria, la universidad y más allá. Red Preparatory Charter School garantiza un rendimiento académico riguroso, apoyos individualizados y un desarrollo del carácter con propósito para cada estudiante todos los días. Si desean más información acerca de nuestra escuela, nos pueden contactar en reprep.org o al 713-703-0219.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Abby Cisneros, and I'm the Director of Admissions at Chinquapin Prep School. We are a small college prep private school down in Highlands, Texas, serving grades 6 through 12. We serve students from all over the Houston area and provide a 5-day boarding program and a day school program for all of our students. We provide free transportation and scholarships to all of our students. We are so excited to get to know you guys, and we hope you'll stop by our booth. Thank you.
Buenos días, soy Miss Silve, la directora. Somos una escuela que vamos del 6 al 12. Tenemos Discovery Middle School y el Empowerment High School. Somos muy diferentes. Primero, que van todo el tiempo junto con nosotros, y segundo, porque nosotros nos enfocamos en la parte socioemocional de los niños. Tenemos un programa llamado Lovescaping. Llámenos al 713-954-9528. Queremos verlos, que vengan con nosotros. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Alexander Zapata, and I am the Associate Director of Admissions at Cristo Rey Jesuit. We're a high school here in Houston serving grades 9th through 12th, and our mission is to inspire and prepare students of limited economic resources to succeed in college and lead their communities as compassionate, committed, and competent men and women for others. We do that through our rigorous academics along with our corporate work study. If you're interested in learning more about Cristo Rey Jesuit, please feel free to visit us at CristoRayJesuit.org or send us an email at admissions@CristoRayJesuit.org. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Akhtar from Lantrip Elementary. We're an environmental science magnet school. We serve grades pre-K through 5th. Our mission at Lantrip is to inspire learning and respect the world around us. If you'd like more information on Lantrip, you can call us at 713-924-1670. Thank you.
Hi, this is Cap McWhorter. I'm the principal at A+ Up Charter Middle School. We're super excited to host you for the virtual school fair. We serve students in grades 6, 7, and 8, and we are a smaller personal option for families that are looking for a place for their middle schooler to be known, to be cared for, but to also be challenged to reach their full potential academically and personally. We're excited to talk to you. Feel free to reach out to me at any point. Contact is kmcwhorter@aplusup.org, or you can go to our website, aplusup.org. Thanks. We'll talk to you real soon.
School of Science and Technology schools, SST, are high-achieving, tuition-free college preparatory public charter schools established in 2005 and serving grades pre-K through 12 out of 14 campuses in Houston, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, Texas. SST's curriculum is hands-on, project-based, STEM-centered, and focused on character development. In fact, 6 of our schools are officially designated character schools by Washington, D.C. nonprofit character.org. There's too many amazing things going on in SST schools to even scratch the surface here. So please be sure to come and meet with us. We're School of Science and Technology, and we hope to welcome you to the SST family. Check us out at stschools.org.
Hi, I'm Juanita Wilson, admissions coordinator here at the branch school. We are a school located on the west side of town, serving students preschool through 8th grade. Our mission is to inspire students to love, learn, and lead. We hope you'll come and check out our virtual tour this Saturday to learn more about our school and maybe schedule a tour. I look forward to meeting you and sharing more about what makes the branch school such a special place where children learn and thrive. Please visit our website at www.thebranchschool.org.
Hi there. My name is Diane Horner. I am the principal at Elam Christian School. We serve students in K through 12, and our mission is to provide a biblically based, Christ-centered education for students of all abilities, developing their full potential and inspiring them to live for the glory of God. We'd love to have you come and visit us. We are at www.elamchristianschool.org. Thanks so much.
Hello, My name is Davion Wayne, and I proudly represent the Arabic Immersion Magnet School in the Houston Independent School District. We are a trailblazing campus that empowers our learners with a world-class education for a global economy through the immersion of the Arabic language. As a magnet campus, all of our students travel from over 30 zip codes in the greater Houston area to participate in our program, and we are excited to provide rigorous instruction in math, science, reading, social studies, art, percussion, physical education, and of course, the Arabic language. Our innovative curriculum allows our students to learn the Arabic language for more than 50% of their day. We are the only Arabic immersion program in Houston ISD and the largest in the United States. Want to be a trailblazer with more than 400 plus students? Join us and please call 713-556-8940, or you can definitely visit our website and you can speak with me. We would love to welcome you to our global family. Again, that's Arabic Immersion Magnet School.
Mi nombre es Benita González y represento a nuestras escuelas católicas en la Arquidiócesis de Galveston-Houston. Nuestras escuelas católicas sirven más de 17,000 estudiantes en más de 23 distritos escolares públicos. Somos una familia de 54 campuses fuertes y esperamos poder servir a su familia. Esté donde esté usted ahorita, nuestras escuelas católicas están aquí para usted. Visítenos en elijalasescuelascatólicas.org. Gracias.
Hello, y'all. How are we?
Morning.
Good morning.
Buenos días, más bien.
Buenos días, buenos días. So thank you guys for joining us so much. We have on Mr. Justin Fuentes and Miss Margarita Aguilar from HISD's Office of School Choice. And we are just so excited. Today, we were able to talk about online school options on the commercial break. We had on all types of schools, some of the magnet programs that are participating with you guys, some private schools, some some charter schools. So we're just so excited to be able to showcase all different kinds of education options. And we're just really excited to have you guys. This conversation is going to be in both Spanish and in English. So, para los que están oyendo ahora, que quieren oír esta conversación en español, vamos a tener ese segmento en como 15 minutos más o menos y vamos a hablar con la señorita Margarita Aguilar en español de HISD. So, I was talking a lot. I'm sorry. I was hogging up the mic here. Let's get started. Justin, can you introduce yourself a little bit? What is your position and what's a little bit of your background in education?
Sure. Good. Justin Fuentes. I am Executive Director for the Office of School Choice. So I get to work with all these wonderful programs that we have in HISD, the processes that we work through with our families. And, a lot of times we're the first faces that anybody gets to see when they join HISD. So we like to make sure that we're giving them good service. Myself, long stories, right? Lots of stories. Like what do you want to know? Why I got into education or how I got to right now? Okay.
Yeah. Tell me about why'd you got into education? What brought your interest to it?
Sure. Education, a couple reasons. I think the first part was one of my teachers in high school was Mr. Dominic DeCapua. He related to us, he taught us, he enjoyed us, and we enjoyed him. So it kind of gave me that little spark. And then, going to college, I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I was good at math. So what else do you do with a math degree? I only knew about teaching. But for my students out there, if the students are listening, I did it for my family too, right? My father was a sheetrocker. My stepdad was an electrician and my mom was a secretary, right? So when I got sick, there was no health insurance, right? When the economy was bad, they sat home and I got home before they did, and it wasn't good. So I knew that getting an education was my way to have consistency and security in my life, right? and it's gotten me further than I ever thought I would, right? You ask about my position, right? I was a math teacher. I taught at Lamar High School. I worked at Waltrip High School. I was the principal at Challenge Early College High School, which was the first early college in Texas, right? Now there's over, I think, 100 in Texas, 5 of which are in HISD. Actually 7 in HISD, because we just added 2 of our big high schools have early college pieces in them as well. And then, I got to work, every school I've worked with has been a magnet school, and every school in HISD is a school of choice. So I like innovative things. I like to build crazy things that people don't think of. So this was the perfect job for me, honestly.
I love it. I love it. And I love how you mentioned Lamar. My little cousins actually go to Lamar, and it's really cool how they've redone the campus and how they've redone kind of educating on the campus. And it's still, a traditional public school. So I'm really excited that HISD has been able to I wouldn't say reinvent, but re-look at education and make sure that it's shifting to be able to support students as well in different manners, right?
Absolutely. My son will be there next year as a 9th grader.
Oh, there you go.
That's my belief in public schools.
There you go. So my cousin will be a senior next year.
Don't pick on my son, okay?
No promises. No, just kidding. So tell me, what led you to becoming HISD School Choice Executive Director? I know you told me about being a math teacher and then a principal and kind of going through HISD system, but what led you to this specific position?
I think it was a challenge, right? The school choice process it's a very big process, right? Over 30 to 40,000 parents participating in it every year, going through our system, whether they're applying or they're going to the next level in their school, being able to create new things for students, opportunities that I never had, I never dreamed of. One of the commercials was for the Arabic school, right? To say that we have schools that you can get totally immersed in one language for the entire day and have no idea how to speak it, right? I'm not doing the Spanish portion because of that, right? Ms. Aguilar is here with me today porque yo hablo Spanglish, right? Spanglish very well, right? Y lo siento para los familias hispano, pero mi español muy mal. And it was just opportunities, right? My parents were immigrants. They didn't want to speak, to me. Or my dad was, and he wanted me to be English, so here I am. But going back at that, it's about opportunities for our students. It's about opportunities for our families, right? I've always believed one of the most important things to me in education is relationships. Right. So how do we build a good relationship that our families and our community can trust us?
Right.
I kind of think I'm the guy for that job. Right. I try to be anyway. Smile a lot. I try to make people feel good about the options, but I also hold other people accountable. Right. If we have schools that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, if they say they're this magical place, I'm going to be the one that calls them on that and make sure that our parents are not being disappointed when they send their child to that school.
Yeah, and that's absolutely important. Our parents do trust the education system a lot, and so we have to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable and doing what we say we're doing. So I thank you for keeping people accountable, but also making sure we're still making those connections with people and are still able to connect. So tell me a little bit about what is the best part of enrolling in HISD?
I'd always go with diversity, right? And whether you're talking about the people or the opportunities, with our students, one of the reasons why I picked Lamar High School for my son, I live in 2nd Ward. I live on the east side. He went to Lantrip Elementary, who presented. He went to the Young Men's Preparatory Academy, right up in 5th Ward, right? So with high school, I want him to see every race, creed, and color. Right. And I know Lamar is going to be one of those schools that has that. Right. And that's not to say that other schools don't have it either. I was principal at Sterling High School. Sterling's in South Park, Texas. Right. And I say South Park, Texas, because when I taught at Lamar, my students would tell me they were from South Park, Texas. If you notice my New York accent, I would be like, what are you guys talking about? We live in Houston, but they were represent. Our city is so big that they are so diverse that they identify themselves in different ways, right? So that's a beautiful thing, right? But have your child step out there. It doesn't matter where you're going. Your child is going to be able to thrive if your child is focused, right? They're gonna find the different friends, different groups. I think one of my favorite phrases, one of my favorite quotes was Booker T. Washington. He said, if we do not learn together, how are we going to live together? Right. So I think it's important that our students get exposed to different types of people and different types of things. Of course, that also goes with the programs that we have. Right. Like I said, there are things in HISD that happen that I would never imagine. One of the things we've been working on most recently was our NASA academies. Right. We actually have aerospace academies in the Milby feeder pattern and in the Booker T. Washington feeder pattern. Those are fairly new. The last 3 years, we've been building them in partnership with NASA. We're the first school district to partner with NASA exclusively, right?
That's really cool.
There's other ones that do a little, they go there and they go on trips and stuff like that. We actually have NASA experts coming into our classrooms and doing some education with our students in these schools. So I can't say enough about the opportunities that we have.
That's really, that's amazing. So you told me about your connection with NASA. We talked a little bit about, and we have actually one of your immersion schools here as well. So how many total magnet schools or magnet programs do you have in HISD?
Yeah, magnet, we have 121 magnet programs in 112 schools. But I'll also share that every school in HISD is a school of choice. Right, every school has transfer options. With the elementary, whether it starts at pre-K, you're going into K. You can look at dual language. You can look at international baccalaureate. You can look at the different types of magnet programs. We have multiple STEM programs. We have fine arts programs that get really deep into fine arts. So it's not just we're going to draw for 6 weeks and we're going to go sing for 6 weeks. No, you are drawing the entire year and you're doing it on the computer. You're doing it by hand. You're doing it with a paintbrush. Really getting into that field, right? At the high school level, we have career and technical education programs. A lot of these programs, your child is leaving with 1 year of college, right? A lot of people don't know that when they go into these programs, but they can jump into HCC. They've already got 1 year under their belt. They only have to go 1 more year and then they're getting a full salary, right? Working in the field with you and me, right? Side by side. And we're relying on those students for something at the possible age of 19. Talked about the early colleges. Early colleges, our students get 2 years of college for free, right? Entirely. We have the 5 small schools that are around the district, but we also have Sterling High School. I keep talking about them. That was my school. Worthing High School as well. Both of those have early college programs in there where students can get dual credit. Of course, we have AP everywhere. We have our single gender schools, like I've mentioned, the Young Men's Preparatory Academy, Mickey Leland. We also have the Young Women's Preparatory Academy. We also have charters, right? I know a lot of people don't associate HISD with charters, but we actually have charters to show our diversity. We have our ESTEM charters, which are kind of located in the southwest part of town. We actually have an old Catholic school charter, Mount Carmel, in the southeast. So for my parents that's important to, that's another option. For our parents that don't want to go back to school, we have the Texas Virtual High School. And any student from around the state of Texas can enroll in that school and get their education. So I don't know. You want me to keep going? I got lots to talk about.
No, I love it. I didn't necessarily know you guys had charters as well as the online option. Is that going to stay after the pandemic?
Absolutely. That was before the pandemic and it will stay after. Yes.
Wow.
A lot of our, for instance, our Olympic athletes that train in Houston, a lot of them are in that program because they take their classes after they work out during the day and so
Yeah, they have that flexibility of still making sure they're getting the education they need, but also have the flexibility of training when they need to. Wow. So I guess I have one last question before we transition to our Spanish part. So as a past principal and as a parent yourself, what advice do you have for parents or students that are looking for the best fit school for them?
I would have a serious conversation with my child about what they think they want to do.
Mhm.
At the younger ages, I know most of the parents are going to make the decisions, but I know going from middle school to high school is going to be one of those precipices for the parents, right? The child is going to want more. So at that age, I would say have a conversation with your child, kind of maybe write down what their goals are, write down what they want out of school, and then give us a call and see what we can help with, right? We can show you different options. We can look at the needs of your child and where they may want to go. And the last piece, I did say set goals, right? It's important that you set goals with your child. I did it when I was in 8th grade. I had a teacher who was a leadership class, and they had me set 5, 10, 20-year, 30-year goals for myself. And as I got older, they creeped back in my mind, and it pushed me, right? You asked why I became what I became. I didn't stop at being a teacher because I had goals set for myself. So I went back to college to get my master's degree because I knew I wanted my life to go to a certain level. And
Right.
at my teaching level, I was doing well. I really was. I love my teaching, love my teacher friends. They're doing great, right? But I wanted to push myself a little bit further. So setting goals with your child is something I would also recommend. You can always pull it out as a card on them when you need it as well, and say, you're not working as hard as you need to.
You're not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
No, I love that. Thank you, Justin, so much for telling us a little bit more about HISD, what you guys offer, and giving some personal advice, making sure that the steps we're taking are going to our ultimate goal, or at least the area of our goal. Sometimes it's hard as a 15-year-old, 14-year-old deciding what high school I want to go to, because that affects what college I might go to, that affects what career I might go to. So it can be kind of overwhelming, but at least we know what kind of direction we want to go to, and then kind of working backwards to make those step decisions.
Exactly. Excellent.
Awesome. Bueno, ahora vamos a tener la conversación en español. Aquí tenemos a la señora Margarita Aguilar. Muchas gracias, Margarita, por estar con nosotros.
Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes.
Gracias, gracias. Bueno, cuéntame un poquito sobre su historia y por qué le llamó la atención de empezar una carrera en educación.
Yo, igual como Mr. Fuentes, soy producto de 2 padres inmigrantes que aún no tenían escuela. Se vinieron cuando eran muy chicos. Claro, mi papá llegó al 2º grado cuando se vino, y mi mamá 6º. Así que para ellos, especialmente mi papá, cada rato nos decía: quiero que ustedes avancen en su carrera de educación para que no estén como yo, trabajando en el sol, trabajando en el frío. Así, nosotros, soy hija de 5, él nos empujó a esa vía de ir al colegio, de tener éxito en nuestra educación. Así que yo veía mi oportunidad de ser modelo para otros niños, para otras familias que se encuentran como mis papás, con una familia creciendo y no saber dónde buscar las oportunidades. Yo, afortunadamente, no es por ser rica o nada, mis papás nos matriculamos en la escuela de la iglesia. Somos productos católicos de educación católica, pero aún de eso, yo veía mi oportunidad de ser ese modelo, de enseñar a otros niños que se encuentran en el mismo lugar que yo, que la educación es importante. Y si pueden seguir adelante con su carrera de educación. Van a tener bastantes éxitos. Yo, desfortunadamente, no tenía las oportunidades por no saber o no los programas Magnet no se iniciaron hasta los 70, pero aún no sabíamos cómo se manejaba, dónde buscar esas oportunidades de las números que nombró Mr. Fuentes.
Muchas gracias por contarnos un poquito más de su historia. Cuando me estaba contando, estaba pensando de mi abuelo y que él se crió en las playas en Puerto Rico y eso era lo más bajo de la sociedad, trabajar en las playas. Y pues cuando se fue al ejército para la guerra en Corea, regresó y uno de sus compañeros le dijo, mira, ven conmigo, vamos a la universidad. Y así es como nuestra familia empezó a establecerse un poquito más en la clase media. Y pues mi mamá continuó con la carrera en educación, porque sabía que ahí es donde podía seguir y así podían seguir, bueno, sus hijos, yo y mi hermano. Pero sí, la educación es clave en poder seguir para adelante, ¿verdad?
Exacto. Yo, como les conté, soy hija de 5 hijas y todas llegamos a ir al colegio. 3 de nosotros sacamos nuestra maestría. 2 de nosotros fuimos directores. ¿Por qué? Por ser ejemplos de las oportunidades que tiene este país, pero también para darles esa información, brindarles esa información a los padres de cómo pueden hacer para llegar a ese punto que nosotros más bien tan dichosas tuvimos esa oportunidad.
Bueno, muchas gracias por seguir luchando para la educación para todos. Regresando un poquito más al tema de HISD, ¿me puedes contar qué es la mejor parte de inscribirse en HISD?
Pues como dije, HISD les brinda una variedad de programas. Mr. Fuentes habló de programas de colegiatura que salen con 1 año, 2 años de colegiatura, pero aún tenemos escuelas donde les dan una carrera técnica, que los niños pueden salir de la prepa ya preparados para un nivel de empleo más alto de que uno empezara desde el principio. Así, estas escuelas técnicas, especialmente la escuela que nombró Mr. Fuentes y que están orgulloso de ella, Sterling, les prepara a los niños ser pilotos, trabajar con que son las mecánicas de lo que es el avión y también pronosticar alguna variedad del viento. Todo eso es lo que se les da a nuestros alumnos. Si uno quiere ser chef, tenemos escuelas que tienen una amplia cocina y aún Milby, que queda muy cerca de donde yo vivo, tiene una cafetería donde los niños o los estudiantes preparan la comida para la gente. También hacen catering, hacen buffet, donde alguien les pide una cantidad de comidas y ellos lo hacen. También, como dijo Mr. Fuentes, tenemos escuelas de artes finas que tienen un éxito de niños chiquitos aprendiendo cómo tocar el violín o tienen un reconocimiento de lo que es la riqueza de música. Tenemos también escuelas que tienen mariachi, tenemos escuelas de baile. Es una variedad inmensa lo que les brinde HISD y gratis, que aún si uno tuviera que, hiciera una carrera en artes finas, pues sí le iba a costar. Pero no con HIC.
¡Qué éxito! Me da mucha alegría saber que hay programas de técnicos, hay programas que cuando terminas la educación de la secundaria ya puedes empezar a trabajar en diferentes áreas, ¿verdad? Y qué alegría me llena saber que uno de esos programas también es de culinaria, ¿verdad? Que los estudiantes están realmente pues empezando a saber qué es hacer un catering gig, ¿verdad? ¿Qué consiste de hacer esa carrera si es lo que eso es lo que quieren hacer cuando se gradúan?
Sí, saber cómo organizarse, prepararse, tener un horario.
Sí.
Es una cosa que nosotros como adultos lo tomamos así a la pasar, no sé cómo se dice, no sabemos que lo estamos haciendo porque es automáticamente. En esas escuelas los niños están aprendiendo cómo estructurarse, cómo seguir y tener éxito en su vida personal.
Ya. Y cuéntame, ¿cuántos programas o escuelas tienen de Magnet en HISD?
Tenemos 121 programas Magnet en 112 escuelas, pero esas solamente son Magnet. Yo soy directora de las transferencias a través del Departamento de Opciones Escolares. Así que hay 26 maneras en la cual un estudiante podría llegar a la escuela que le gustaría o que los padres sienten que es a su agrado. 26 maneras.
Ok, perfecto, wow. So, si una de esas escuelas no sirve, no funciona mejor para su estudiante, pues tiene, 120 otras opciones en adición a todas las escuelas que están debajo de HISD.
Nuestro logo es 100 opciones, una solicitud. Así que pueden hacer las cantidades, pueden llegar a la escuela que ellos quieren. Y nosotros acá en la oficina de opciones escolares estamos allí disponibles para ayudarles, no solamente al parlante de inglés, pero también nuestra gente. Y es tan bonito saber que nosotros les estamos brindando un servicio necesitado.
Qué bueno. Y ¿dónde es que los padres pueden solicitar? ¿Tiene que ser en línea? ¿Tiene que ser por teléfono? ¿Cómo pueden solicitar los padres?
Hay tantas maneras que un padre puede llenar una solicitud. Tenemos las solicitudes en línea. Si tienen capacidad de la computadora, un teléfono celular, pueden llenar una solicitud. Si no tienen esa capacidad, pueden pedir una solicitud en papel. Aún si al llenar la solicitud se les hace una dificultad o tienen una pregunta, llámenos al 713-556-6734. Nosotros le guiaríamos cómo llenar esa solicitud, sea en la computadora o en papel.
Perfecto. Y
aún, ahí se me olvidó.
Dime.
El sábado entrante, el febrero 13, nosotros vamos a tener una feria virtual donde escuelas que tienen espacio disponible van a estar así como en este foro, van a estar para presentar sus programas y les invitamos que esos padres que me están escuchando ahora, los invito a que participen en esa feria virtual para que se den información sobre el procedimiento de solicitudes, pero también de nuestros programas.
Perfecto. Pues aquí mismito estoy poniendo bueno, no su teléfono, pero el teléfono de la oficina.
De la oficina.
Para que si los padres quieran conectarse por teléfono, pues aquí les voy a poner. Y mi siguiente pregunta, perdón, estaba tratando de traducir la palabra en español de inglés.
No, yo también me atraganto.
¿Qué necesitan saber los padres cuando están aplicando? ¿Necesitan unos documentos o dinos un poquito más del proceso? Sí, sí se puede pensar.
Mr. Fuentes sí nos mencionó que es importante que los padres hablen con sus hijos, que sepan los intereses de ellos, porque al escoger una escuela, queremos que ellos tengan éxito en esa escuela y sabemos si el niño está interesado en lo que está aprendiendo, va a seguir adelante. Así que les pedimos a los padres, hablen con sus hijos. Claro, como dijo Mr. Fuentes, en los grados primarios es los padres que escogen el programa para el niño, pero que tengan esa en mente que hay una variedad de maneras de llegar a otra escuela. Aún otra cosa que les sugiero a los padres es que se vayan a nuestra vista de internet o se enteran de las fechas para someter sus solicitudes. Como dijo la señorita antes de que estaba dando las rifas, ella mencionó, era Pam, ella mencionó que muchas veces los padres les están dando la información que el periodo de solicitudes es en otoño para el año entrante. Por eso les digo a los padres, pónganse en la línea, enlacen a nuestra vista, que es choosehist.org o .com, para que ellos sepan las fechas donde van a poder solicitar una escuela en fase 1 y fase 2 y también fase 3.
Y ahora estamos en la fase 3, ¿eso es verdad?
No, todavía estamos en fase 2.
Fase
2 se termina, hemos cambiado las fechas por algunas, para darles más oportunidades a los padres. Ya la fecha de clausura será marzo 5, right? March 5th.
March 5th.
Ok, perfecto. Pues mi última preguntita, ¿qué consejos tiene usted para los padres o estudiantes que están buscando diferentes escuelas que a lo mejor les sirvan un poquito mejor que la que están ahora?
Investiguen. En el internet tenemos maneras donde los padres pueden entrar el nombre de la escuela y viene un profil de la escuela, los resultados de la escuela, los programas que la escuela ofrece. También les pedimos que vengan a nuestras ferias virtuales. Allí van a conocer los programas Magnet, qué son los requisitos de estas escuelas, y también en nuestra vista de internet tenemos más información. Pero también, si quieren la información, llámenos. Nosotros nos ponemos a guiarle, pues, ¿dónde vive usted? ¿Dónde trabaja usted? ¿Qué tipo de escuela está buscando? Y a veces le podemos dar una sugerencia de escuela, pero aún nosotros queremos darle una variedad de escuelas donde los padres pueden ir a investigar, informarse de lo que es la estructura de las escuelas y pueden hacer una decisión adecuada. En nuestras ferias virtuales, las escuelas, más bien la coordinadora o la escuela, les va a brindar información de su escuela.
Perfecto. Pues muchísimas gracias a usted, señora Margarita Aguilar. And thank you, Mr. Justin Fuentes, so much for being able to talk about the breadth of HISD, what you guys offer, a little bit about applications. Y para repetirme en español, muchas gracias a señora Margarita Aguilar y Mr. Justin Fuentes por contarnos un poquito más de lo que ofrece HISD y hablar un poquito más de la aplicación o la solicitud y cómo se pueden conectar con ustedes. Gracias.
Can I mention what Ms. Aguilar mentioned about our school choice fair next Saturday? From
Yes.
12,
yes.
right? Just visit our website, www.choosehisd.org. At 9 a.m., there'll be a link. You click on it. All of our schools that still have space available will be there.
Perfect.
Y también hablamos español en esa feria. Hay personas que hablan español. Así que si necesitan ayuda con llenar una solicitud, ahí estamos y también la información le brindamos en español.
Perfecto. Thank you. Perfect. So next up, everybody, we are kind of coming to an end of our virtual school fair. We still have around 26 more minutes until 1 p.m. So next up, we will have Anne and Jesse from the Families Empowered team coming on. Thank you guys for joining us. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Jesse. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I am Ann Starr, everyone. I am the Chief Program Officer and delighted to be chatting with my colleague, Mr. Jesse Garza, our School Services Manager.
Yes, and I'm pretty new to the team. I've only been here for a few weeks, so I'm really excited to be a part of Families Empowered.
Mm-hmm.
I hope today was pretty informative for you as it was for me. What did you learn today, and who was on your live stream?
I had a wonderful day chatting with our board member, Annette Van Brunt, and our founder and CEO, Colleen Dipple, earlier this morning. And then got a chance to talk with Aaron, also from our team, who is, has some great personal experience with the Supplemental Special Education Services program and applying for that. So it's been a wonderful day, and I really have learned a lot. I really enjoyed, especially hearing from Shay Mackin earlier. I just thought it was amazing, all the different options that we've really been presenting today. As you know, Jesse, we are all about every different kind of school and just really want to make sure that the families in Houston know what all their options are. And then we help them, of course, with applying for whatever school they feel like is best for them. So I know that you've been visiting today with lots of schools. What schools did you visit with? What was everyone doing?
So, everybody was, there were a few schools that had an opportunity to speak with families today, and they had a chance to really show them what their schools do, what they offer, and also, it was a chance to meet with families and show them that there were just more than just one school sometimes. There was one school that they got to show, yes, we have this one high school, but we have two other high schools that we have in our charter. And from there, they were able to feed them into different Zoom breakout rooms and really get one-on-one with them with the staff and principals there at those schools. So I think it was a really great opportunity for families to ask questions and really be a part of see what that community is like for them.
Mm-hmm. And what was your favorite part of the day?
Getting to meet everybody, being new to the organization, and being, I live in San Antonio, so it's been a great opportunity to meet so many amazing schools in Houston and really get to know what they bring to education and to the communities that they serve.
Amazing. I know that in case people are just now tuning in, I want to do a little bit of kind of housekeeping announcements and make sure that anyone watching knows all of that we have happening today during this virtual school fair, which will be live just until 1. So we're coming to the end of the live portion, but so that everybody knows, this page will stay up and available to you forever. So please make sure you come back to houstonschoolfair.org, get to know all the schools that we have represented here. And you can check out the information on the community organizations that are also participating, and always watch this video again. Yeah. How many schools did we have participating today, Jesse?
I'm sorry, I had a little bit of noise in the background there for a second. There's quite a few schools there, and with the schools that were there, multiple charters and multiple districts that had multiple schools that they brought to the table. And the one thing that I did enjoy was that I hadn't realized how many magnet schools also were a part of the Harlandale Independent School, Houston Independent School District. So many districts in my head.
Yes. It really is remarkable how many options are just within HISD. And of course, we have so many other options, including private schools and so many charter schools, some new ones. Like I know Step Charter School is here, and A+ Up, one of the groups that we have been fortunate to work with for many, many years. So yeah, it has definitely been an exciting day, and I'm very proud and excited that we can offer so many options to families. And also a reminder that we have another great website that if you haven't visited, you should, applyhouston.org. That is a hub of information about several school options and a common application. So one place that you can go fill out one application and apply to multiple schools that are our partner schools for the Apply Houston website. And there's a deadline coming up too. So you might want to apply by February 10th to get in that first round of any lotteries that are drawn, that many are coming up on that deadline. And I know other schools have deadlines towards the end of February. So just a heads up, make sure that you ask the schools that you're visiting with about any upcoming deadlines too. Right. And I believe we have a little video, is that right?
Yes, I believe there's a little video that shows some of the schools that attended today.
Okay, well, I think we might have a little bit of time before our team is ready to show that. So let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody, or close things out, I suppose, in Spanish. So, hola a todos. Gracias por acompañarnos hoy en la Feria Escolar de Houston. Tuvimos un buen día, un buenísimo día. Soy Ann Starr, la directora de programas, y estoy acompañada con Jesse Garza, nuestro nuevo coordinador de escuelas. Hoy hubo más que 30 escuelas participando en la feria escolar. Escuelas de distrito, charter, privadas y también programas de primera infancia estuvieron hablando con padres toda la mañana. Si después de hoy usted necesita ayuda encontrando escuelas o si necesita ayuda solicitando, denos una llamada. Nuestro número es 713-589-8767 o visita nuestra página web familiesempower.org. Aquí estamos para servirles. Para que sepan, esta página de web no se va a desaparecer después del evento de hoy. Si usted se perdió un orador invitando o quiere regresar otro día, lo puede hacer sin problema. So yes, we are so grateful to everybody for having for joining us today and for experiencing this virtual school fair along with us. A new and exciting endeavor in this pandemic times. But yeah, Jesse, could you tell a little bit about how we help families with their finding the best option for their kids all year round?
Yeah, so, from everything that I've learned from working with this organization is, we have everything from calling campaigns to email campaigns to Facebook Live events. So we will be getting you, Families Empowered will always be working to getting you connected with schools. And, you can simply go to like Ann said, about the Apply Houston website. And with that opportunity, you're able to connect with schools and get their information and learn about them. And keeping an eye on our Facebook and on our website, you'll be able to make those connections to always be ready to connect with those schools.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and our family success specialists, the other members of the Families Empowered team, are amazing women who all help respond to those phone calls every day. So yeah. So are we ready with the video, team? Should we get to see our wonderful, just a few of the spotlights? Okay, great. So let's go ahead and see that video, and then Jesse and I will be back to officially close things out in just a bit. See you in a minute.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Rep Preparatory Charter School. This school year, we're offering kinder to second grade. And for the next school year, we will be offering kinder through fifth grade. Our mission is educating kindergarten through grade 8 students for success in high school, college, and beyond. Rep Preparatory Charter School ensures rigorous academics, individualized support, and purposeful character development for every student every day. If you would like to get in touch with us, you can reach us at repprep.org or at 713-703-0219.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Abby Cisneros, and I'm the Director of Admissions at Chinquapin Prep School. We are a small college prep private school down in Highlands, Texas, serving grades 6 through 12. We serve students from all over the Houston area and provide a 5-day boarding program and a day school program for all of our students. We provide free transportation and scholarships to all of our students. We are so excited to get to know you guys, and we hope you'll stop by our booth. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Ms. Silva, the principal at Discovery Middle School. We are a 6 to 12, Discovery 6 to 8, Empowerment 9 to 12 in the same building. And so that's a huge advantage for us. We're also very different because we're small. We have 300 kids, and we focus on landscaping, which is the social emotional of the child. So please call us at 713-954-9528.
Hello, my name is Alexander Zapata, and I am the Associate Director of Admissions at Cristo Rey Jesuit. We're a high school here in Houston, serving grades 9 through 12, and our mission is to inspire and prepare students of limited economic resources to succeed in college and lead their communities as compassionate, committed, and competent men and women for others. We do that through our rigorous academics, along with our corporate work study. If you're interested in learning more about Cristo Rey Jesuit, please feel free to visit us at CristoReyJesuit.org or send us an email at admissions@CristoReyJesuit.org. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Akhtar from Landrip Elementary. We're an environmental science magnet school. We serve grades pre-K through 5th. Our mission at Landrip is to inspire learning and respect the world around us. If you'd like more information on Landrip, you can call us at 713-924-1670. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kat McCorder. I'm the principal at A+ Up Charter Middle School. We're super excited to host you for the virtual school fair. We serve students in grades 6, 7, and 8, and we are a smaller personal option for families that are looking for a place for their middle schooler to be known, to be cared for, but to also be challenged to reach their full potential academically and personally. We're excited to talk to you. Feel free to reach out to me at any point. Contact is kmcquarter@aplusup.org, or you can go to our website, aplusup.org. Thanks. We'll talk to you real soon.
School of Science and Technology schools, SST, are high-achieving, tuition-free college preparatory public charter schools established in 2005 and serving grades pre-K through 12 out of 14 campuses in Houston, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, Texas. SST's curriculum is hands-on, project-based, STEM-centered, and focused on character development. In fact, 6 of our schools are officially designated character schools by Washington, D.C. nonprofit character.org. There's too many amazing things going on in SST schools to even scratch the surface here. So please be sure to come and meet with us. We're School of Science and Technology, and we hope to welcome you to the SST family. Check us out at sstschools.org.
Hi, I'm Juanita Wilson, admissions coordinator here at the branch school. We are a school located on the west side of town, serving students preschool through 8th grade. Our mission is to inspire students to love, learn, and lead. We hope you'll come and check out our virtual tour this Saturday to learn more about our school and maybe schedule a tour. I look forward to meeting you and sharing more about what makes the branch school such a special place where children learn and thrive. Please visit our website at www.thebranchschool.org.
Hi there. My name is Diane Horner. I am the principal at Elam Christian School. We serve students in K through 12, and our mission is to provide a biblically based, Christ-centered education for students of all abilities, developing their full potential and inspiring them to live for the glory of God. We'd love to have you come and visit us. We are at www.elamchristianschool.org. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Davion Wayne, and I proudly represent the Arabic Immersion Magnet School in the Houston Independent School District. We are a trailblazing campus that empowers our learners with a world-class education for a global economy through the immersion of the Arabic language. As a magnet campus, all of our students travel from over 30 zip codes in the greater Houston area to participate in our program. And we are excited to provide rigorous instruction in math, science, reading, social studies, art, percussion, physical education, and of course, the Arabic language. Our innovative curriculum allows our students to learn the Arabic language for more than 50% of their day. We are the only Arabic immersion program in Houston ISD and the largest in the United States. Want to be a trailblazer with more than 400 plus students? Join us and please call 713-556-8940, or you can definitely visit our website and you can speak with me. We would love to welcome you to our global family. Again, that's Arabic Immersion Magnet School.
Hi, my name is Benita Gonzalez, and I am representing our Catholic schools in the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston. Our Catholic schools serve over 17,000 students in over 23 public school districts. We are a wonderful family of 54 campuses strong and look forward to serving your family. Wherever you are, Catholic schools are here for you. So visit us at choosecatholicschools.org.
So amazing. What a wonderful video.
Yes, and there's so many great schools, and I got to speak to many of those schools today, and the just them saying that the opportunity for parents to be able to speak to them and look at get to hear from them is something that they're very grateful for. And I want to say thank you to all the schools that participated today and all the community partners that participated as well.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to all the guest speakers too that were on. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos hoy en la Feria Escolar de Houston. Tuvimos un buen día. Hoy hubo más que 30 escuelas participando en la Feria Escolar. Escuelas de distrito, charter, privadas y también programas de primera infancia estuvieron hablando con padres toda la mañana. Y si después de hoy usted necesita ayuda encontrando escuelas o si necesita ayuda solicitando, denos una llamada. Nuestro número es 713-589-8767 o visite nuestra página web. Es familiesempowered.org. Aquí estamos para servirles. Para que sepan también, esta página de web no se va a desaparecer después del evento de hoy. Si usted se perdió un orador invitado o quiere regresar otro día, lo puede hacer sin problema. Yes, just a reminder to everybody, this page will not go away after our live event. We are excited to keep it up so that you can not visit, obviously, live with the schools after 1 today, but you are able to click on their school name to go directly to their website to learn more about them. The links to their applications will remain live and active. And so we really encourage you to come back to this page, watch this video for all the amazing content that you might have missed. Please also check out those community organizations. So yes, thank you to the YMCA, to Avance Houston, to the Boys and Girls Club, to who are the other ones? Our NXU, amazing community partner to us, and then of course Community Health Clinic. So we are so grateful to them for participating. In case people missed it, Jesse, tell us a little bit about what your day has been like and visiting all the schools.
So almost every school had somebody that was very knowledgeable and very interested in what families were looking for. Many of them had presentations and videos playing, and I did witness some schools actually walking around their school and showing them what it looks like, where pickup is, where drop off is, where if they had transportation, where transportation was pick up and all that, as well as telling them, what their curriculum was like and what they were trying to accomplish as a school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that the schools have been, as you know, and really always are, so open and available to parents to answer their questions. So we are really grateful to the school leaders that have spent their day, waiting in a Zoom room to get to talk with families. So we're just so grateful to them, and especially grateful to the over 500 families from the Houston area that have tuned in or registered for today's event to get to know these schools, get to know these community partners. We hope this has been a really fruitful and productive and helpful day to all of you.
Yeah, and being somebody that is always interested in what a school has to offer, I'm just excited that I got to learn so much about the schools and got to at least know some knowledge that if a parent were to come to me and ask me what schools I know, I can be able to point them in the right direction.
Yeah. And just another plug for our amazing family success specialists. Those are what we sometimes call our call center team. They are experts in all of these school applications, and they are available for free one-on-one help to any parent that wants to call into our office, or perhaps reach out to us. We can email info@familiesempowered.org to just ask a question and be connected. We try our best to make ourselves available to any parent that just has a question, or grandparent, or just someone helping to find a young kid that they love their best school option for them. And it's really amazing to see just how many options there are in the Houston area. I really am super excited to learn more about the Arabic Immersion School. I think that's such an incredible opportunity, and the biggest school of its kind in the country. We just heard Davian share with us. So amazing there. But then, like we were saying, within Houston ISD and all of the breadth of options there, we have our Catholic School Network represented and they of course have I think they said 50 plus schools in their community represented through their network. So many options.
And they said 50 plus schools in 10 different counties. So that's
50 plus schools in 10 different counties. Yeah. I also know too, and sometimes parents ask us this, that many of the Catholic schools offer financial aid. So if you are intrigued with the idea of a private school and want to check that out, we really would encourage you to do that. the private schools so very often do have scholarships available, and they could be really the perfect option for your students. So don't let price get in the way. Reach out to them, talk with them. And then, I can also speak to the charter schools. I am the parent of 2 kids that go to a public charter school. Amazing options that sometimes people don't understand are completely free because they are public schools, and still have to, they do all the same wonderful things that our district schools do for kids, just have a little bit of latitude to do it differently. For example, STEP Charter School, one of the great schools represented here today, A+ Up Charter School, just a couple I'm thinking of. I know Chinkapin, they are a private school, but just, I'm thinking of the great partners that we've worked with so much with our Apply Houston network, and they're all here today, and hopefully you've gotten a chance to visit with them.
Yes, I did. And, I got to visit with, like Houston Classical, Yes Prep, Houston Heights, and Upbringing School. And, all of them had, wonderful presentations and great things to say about the Houston families that they've been able to talk to.
Great. Well, we're coming up just on 1 o'clock, so I will get to be the one to just remind everybody, check us out at familiesempower.org. If you ever have a question after today, visit applyhouston.org, and definitely come back to this website, houstonschoolfair.org, to check in with all the schools that you might have missed visiting with today. So gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you, Jesse, for working all these weekends and getting to know schools. We are thrilled that you're part of our team. And thanks again to all the guest speakers, community organizations, schools, and most importantly, the parents that have joined us today. We hope you enjoyed your day, and we thank you. So that's a wrap.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.